أعزائنا الحضور، نقدم لكم الفنان السعودي عتيق الحمدان. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you the Saudi artist Atiq Al-Hamdan.
شيء تختم فيه يعني؟ في شيء تختم فيه؟ خلاص خلاص وقف سمع عليك. لا عادي.
أعزائنا الحضور، ورش العمل سوف تبدأ بعد قليل. الرجاء التوجه إلى معرض استثمر في السعودية.
Ladies and gentlemen, the workshops will start shortly. Please make your way over to the Invest Saudi exhibition room.
سيداتي سادتي، البرنامج سوف يبدأ بعد قليل، بعد 5 دقائق.
Ladies and gentlemen, our program will resume in 5 minutes.
سيداتي سادتي، البرنامج سوف يبدأ من جديد بعد قليل.
Ladies and gentlemen, our program will resume shortly.
سيداتي سادتي، برامجنا سوف تبدأ من جديد الآن.
Ladies and gentlemen, our program is about to resume.
سيداتي سادتي، الرجاء الجلوس في مقاعدكم. البرنامج سوف يبدأ من جديد.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program will now resume.
حضورنا الكريم، نرحب الآن بالسيد نيك جاوينغ.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the stage Mr. Nick Gowing.
Now, where am I sitting? I don't have anywhere to sit. I'm looking for a seat. But we have enough chairs. Anyway, I'm going to sit here. Yeah, the name tags will move, and we will identify everybody as well. Welcome back. Thanks for making it. We're about 20 minutes late. We've got 45 minutes to run. Let me remind you, it does work terribly well. Do use this. Do use these addresses up here, because it's a great way of knowing, as you sit slightly in the shadows there, it's a great way of knowing what might be on your mind, which I can then pick up and move forward on, as well as using microphones later as well. Low oil, high growth, prospering in a low oil era. Well, I questioned the organizers about this. Low oil, does that mean low output of oil or low price oil? I think we all agree it's low price oil, low cost oil. High growth, prospering in a low oil era. Should it be also survival and maintaining stability in a low oil era? We can quibble about the title, but I think you get the general drift, that the prices are low. What does that mean for economies like Saudi Arabia and other economies around the world based on oil, who are oil producers, where they are bleeding badly in terms of revenue, cash flow, and so on, whether it be Nigeria, Russia, Venezuela, even Norway. So these are the issues, but obviously centered very much and focused on the kingdom. Joining us up here is Tariq Al-Masri, who's at the far side, Managing Director for the Middle East for McKinsey. And we're going to come back to this big report, which has created such a stir for the kingdom since it was published in the middle of December. Suleiman Al-Hamdan, who's President of GACA, welcome. Abdurrahman Al-Fageh, who's Vice Chairman of SABIC, which is an enormous portfolio company. We'll hear more from him shortly. We have as well Amin Nasser, who's President and CEO of Saudi Aramco, and the Minister of Housing for Saudi Arabia, Mr. Al-Hugal. Welcome to you all. Now, before we get going, I thought I just ought to ask the President and Chief Executive of Saudi Aramco, Mr. Nasser, is there anything you'd like to tell us more since yesterday, or any day in the last few weeks, about low oil prices? Can we expect any change? Or are you going to give us anything which will help guide our discussion? Could it be that prices are suddenly going to go up and everyone's going to feel the wealth of money flowing into the kingdom, particularly here in Saudi Arabia? Or should we assume $28, $29 a barrel for the foreseeable future? Quickly, please.
Okay, thank you, Nick. I'll try to be very optimistic about what's going on.
But is $29 optimism?
Going forward, hopefully things will be better. But let me start with the current prices. It's definitely a supply-demand issue. There is more supply than demand. For the last couple of years, supply increased significantly, more from unconventional oil, almost 5 million barrels over the last 5 to 8 years from unconventional oil, mainly from the US. A lot of oil also came from oil sand in Canada. So if you add up that, almost 6 million barrels of additional oil that is coming to the market. What helped the situation in the last couple of years before the crisis and the low oil prices happened is that some countries, due to geopolitical events, were coming out from the market, they start coming back, Iraq, Iran, Libya, and some of them start coming back, adding production. So the gap between supply and demand almost reached more than 3 million barrels. Demand did not pick up. For the last couple of years, we were seeing something around 1 million barrels of additional demand. So when you put these two together, a lot of supply, not as much demand. Also, the economic conditions of the world economic is not improving as much to encourage more demand from the consumers, and as such, prices start going down. Now, what is for the current time, what we are seeing is prices will continue. Our prediction is that we will see some adjustment, but it will happen toward the end of this year, toward end of 2016, mainly for a number of reasons. What we have seen last year in terms of demand, the demand picked up in 2015, and it depends on which predictions you see or which institute you look at, IEA, EIA, or for Aramco, you're talking about between 1.5 to 1.8 million barrels of additional demand in 2015, compared to a normal of about 900 to 1 million barrels. So there is additional demand in 2015. And as such, the gap between supply and demand starts shrinking. 2016, the prediction before the last drop in prices is around 1.2 million barrels. I think with low oil prices, demand hopefully will also increase beyond the 1.2 that was put in the prediction for 2016. And as such, the gap between supply and demand will start closing. What we are seeing today, if you look at the global inventory, it went up from about 6 to 6.6 billion barrels. So that tells you almost 1.4 million barrels of the supply is going into inventory. That's how we accumulated almost 500 million barrels of additional inventory. For the prices to improve, marginal barrels will need to get out of the market at $30 or lower. What we are seeing, Brent today is around $30, plus or minus $2. And as such, a lot of marginal barrels will start coming out of the market. It's not sustainable at current prices for a lot of barrels to continue to be produced, especially for unconventional oil. If you look at the number of rigs in the US for unconventional oil went down by almost 67, 68%. That's the number of rigs that went out of the market almost in about a year. And the number of rigs will continue to go down with the current prices, and as such, with higher demand, marginal barrels going out from the market, what we are expecting is that adjustment in prices will happen toward the end of 2016.
All right, well, the basis of asking you this question first is to find out whether this is a flawed assumption about the low price of oil. And so what you're saying, if I understand you correctly, is that gradually the price will go up, but it won't necessarily go up to a significant level. Therefore, low, of course, is relative. It could be 30, 35, and therefore we need to broaden the debate into the impact on growth and, quote, prospering in a low price oil era. That's the assumption that we are addressing today. We can assume a lowish price of oil, correct?
I wouldn't assume a lowish price. I think the price will be adjusted. Now, it's not going to be adjusted to what we have seen in 2014 and 2013, which was $100, but it will be adjusted. But it will definitely be better than what we are seeing today.
Fine. I think we're getting somewhere. Thank you. Good. And if you want to comment on that, please just send me a message and I'll feed it into the discussion, because that's the basis of our discussion today. And Tariq Al-Masri, I have your report here with the executive summary. And one of the things which I raised earlier in an earlier session is about what you talk about the need for reactive policy change. Now, as you told me just before we came on the platform, this has gone viral, this report. And that's why I'm coming to you next, because it's about low oil, high growth, prospering in a low oil era. What do you think the message must be about not just reaction, but preemption and acting in advance and seeing the possibility, despite what we've just heard from Mr. Nasser, that actually oil prices could still stay low?
Oh, thank you, Nick, and thank you for the opportunity to be here and address such a great group. I think it's probably worthwhile clarifying one or two things just up front about the report. First of all, we started it over a year ago, and it was done by our separate think tank inside McKinsey, the McKinsey Global Institute, which in the history, the 80 years of McKinsey, has never done anything except for the partners. So it's only for us. It was not commissioned by anybody, the government, and actually the government saw the report, I think, a few days before we published it. We're a little nervous on that. We can come back to that later. So it's very much an independent view. And I think, and as a result, I think a lot of folks have thought we were too optimistic, and we've gotten a lot of criticism out of that. Some folks have thought we've been too pessimistic, and I don't know if that's a sign that we got it right or not, but the report is based on an underlying economic model for the Saudi economy. And the question we asked ourselves, we said, of all the G20 countries, we think this is the least understood economy. It is the most opaque economy, and people don't really understand it. And we were troubled by the fact in MGI that all the press on the kingdom was one of four topics largely. The press was either about terrorism, Iran, low oil prices, or women driving. And there was not much of an understanding for what the economic potential was of the kingdom. And so we asked ourselves the question, what could the economic potential be of this economy, and how would you go about unlocking it? And so, as I said, the core of it was an economic model. And the first thing we did is, like any historian, we said, let's seek to understand history, to understand where we are, to then forecast out the future. And the history, it surprised us in a few dimensions. One dimension is that, and I think this may surprise the audience, this has actually been one of the most profitable markets for investors over the last 15 years. And I'll give a couple of numbers. One, it's had an annual dividend yield of 3.8% for international investors. The emerging markets as a whole average 1.8%, so that's almost double. Meanwhile, you've had a 4x increase in equity value for investors here. So this has been an attractive market, and there's been a lot of growth. Now, that's been oil driven. So then the question, and I think your question, Nick, saying, what's the future really look like in an era if it's lower for longer on oil? And I think the conclusions of the report are the historic model will not work for the future. And there's a lot of numbers around that. Now, the second conclusion is modest adjustments, and even more than modest adjustments to the historic model, actually have very bad economic outcomes for the kingdom. And so if you freeze labor rates in the public sector, if you freeze spending, if you reduce bringing in expat labor, even if you do that, you're going to have more than a 22% unemployment rate and 120% debt to GDP, and that's not going to work. So then the third scenario, we said, well, what if you pulled all the levers? And in pulling all the levers, and this is where we kind of had the 2, 4, 6, in a 15-year time frame, the report and the economics say that the GDP can be doubled. That's the 2. There are investment opportunities for up to $4 trillion, and there can be 6 million Saudi jobs created by 2030. And that is even at a $50 range oil price.
Let me, though, press you, because Tariq, you said all that, opaque, least understood, and so on, and you've talked about modest but a bad economic outlook. Your modeling was based on oil at $50. It's now less than $30. And on $50, you talk about challenging conditions, unemployment rising rapidly, household income will fall, the fiscal position of the national government will deteriorate sharply. Now, the word in the title here is prospering in a low oil era. It does seem to me that based on your modeling, which may be challenged by others on the panel, or based on your modeling, you're saying it's not possible to prosper in somewhere like the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in a low oil era.
No, I think we would say that the kingdom can prosper in a low price oil. And one of the things that surprised us and is laid out in the report is the degree of opportunity across, and we identified 8 sectors, and I won't drag people through them now, but it's actually been quite surprising. And I'll give an example or two. Mining. Mining right now in the kingdom is actually a very large opportunity. King Solomon's gold mines, for those out there, are actually here in the kingdom. When you look at the 2 levers, one is exploration, the amount of dollars spent per square kilometer on exploration here in the kingdom are a fraction of what Australia and Canada and other markets have. So ramping up exploration, we expect we'll find higher yields of resources. The second lever, we would say, is then the extraction rates. So whether you're looking at copper or zinc or phosphate, the percent of the resources which are extracted a year are a fraction of what they are in other countries.
But are these bankable? Look what's happened to Glencore. Look what's happened to many of the commodity miners. Look what's happening in Australia. Again, is that, I'm sorry to have to sort of put this on the agenda, but there are many who are bleeding badly in this environment with commodities, with mining.
So mining, we think, like all things, there will be a super cycle, but given how little has been spent in exploration, we think there's a lot of attractive things. One of the world's most attractive phosphate fields are here. You've got the Arabian Shield. We don't need to focus on mining, but we are very optimistic on mining for the kingdom. You could go to healthcare. The kingdom has 11 healthcare workers per thousand citizens, per thousand people. The G20 average is 22. 2/3 of the employees in the healthcare sector are not nationals. So we see a lot of, if you take the mindset of where is there opportunity in here and you model it out economically, there's a lot of opportunity.
All right, I'd like to invite any of the Saudi panelists to challenge anything you want to at any time. But this is important analysis for the reasons that you've just underscored there, Tariq. Let me go now to Mr. Al-Hamdan, to Mr. Al-Fageh, Vice Chairman of SABIC, because you're in the business and the word keeps coming up and has done in the last 36 hours here, diversification. What SABIC is doing. For those who are not familiar with SABIC, just tell us the diversification you've introduced, particularly based on petrochemicals.
Thank you, Nick, for the introduction. I just want to clarify one thing about my title here. I'm the Executive Vice President for the Polymers in SABIC. And as you may know, the non-oil contribution into the economy of Saudi Arabia come partially from the petrochemicals. Petrochemical take about 20% of the revenues that comes into the economy. And if we look into the statistics, the 2/3 of that industry is coming from the petrochemical. And SABIC played a major role in the investing in the petrochemical, and actually it is the cornerstone of the petrochemical industry in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia since the 1976 when the company started, by utilizing and focusing on the higher added value of the feedstock that comes from the gas that flared from the oil wells or from the non-fuel refined products. And since that time, SABIC really developed a major growth in the petrochemical industry and contributed a lot in the diversification of the business. And if you look into the SABIC portfolio at this point of time, you'll find, lot of products and portfolio from chemicals, including performance chemicals, polymers, including engineering plastics and specialty products, and of course, agri-nutrients and metals. And if you look at this portfolio and the diversification of this portfolio, it brings a lot of economy and investment attraction. And SABIC does not focus only on production and the diversification of production, but it focuses also into the innovation and bringing new solutions and new portfolio into the economy. And by having at least 100 products and solution and portfolio on a yearly basis, that really attract the investment into the kingdom. And not only in the basic and in the intermediate products, but also in the downstream industries. And this is really major role in the stimulating the demand and stimulating the diversification of the economy contributors. And I just want to give an example in the downstream and how does it evolve in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia from the area that I'm very familiar with in the polymers. So if you look into the mid-80s, for example, you can find that the plastic industries in Saudi Arabia is something like 100,000 metric ton per year, with about less than 10 converters or producers in the whole country. Nowadays, and in about 30 years, the plastic industry in Saudi Arabia is more than 3 million ton per year. And you can find more than 1,000 factories and converters that is producing end products and solutions that really contributed with major impact in the petrochemical industry.
You would say that what you're doing is a proactive response to what is going to happen in the kingdom. In other words, you are moving forward already on this to create at least a guarantee of stability and growth.
Yes. Definitely, SABIC plays a long-term strategies. Like what we have at this point of time, we call it the SABIC 2025. And that SABIC 2025 strategies, it takes, all the measurements of the economy that goes up and down, and we have a mitigation, plans that will make sure that we are achieving our objectives in the long term.
All right. Let me go to Minister Hugal, Minister of Housing. One question here. By how much could the growth in housing industry, this from Twitter, by how much could growth in the housing industry offset the low oil prices? Do you see a connection between the enormity of the expectation on the housing sector and the ability to offset oil prices?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. No doubt, housing industry usually play a big role in any economy. We expected the shortage of housing in Saudi Arabia for a demand of 1,500,000 units. That will create a huge opportunity in the market and the GDP in the countries. As all of you knows that housing industry could affect around 100 or more industry within Saudi Arabia, taking the opportunity of low materials that we could import to Saudi Arabia will help to reduce the cost, and we could at the end have a very low affordable housing to our citizens in Saudi Arabia.
But just to be clear, can what you're saying rebalance the challenges created by an oil price of $30 or less, even if it does go up to 40 or 50?
Currently, we don't have as a budget any going to be a short-term effect in our spending in the country. The budget has been announced recently. Still, the government are spending on the infrastructure and project services to industry. Parallel, we are improving the whole ecosystem in the country where we can ease business or doing business in Saudi Arabia. As Mr. Al-Masri mentioned, there is opportunity internally that we could offset the income from oil, and housing industry, we see it as one of the big players will come next 5 years with the huge demand, fundamental demand. You are living in a demographic that is young, You have more than 1,500,000 currently not having their home, owning their home. So the opportunity is there, and the income that could be helped, or the effect of that in the GDP could be tremendous for that. If I elaborate further, for example, financial industry, still mortgage in the GDP represent 1.5%. So there is a huge opportunity versus at least peer country GCC would range 10%, 11%.
Now, obviously, you're here as a minister, but also as a Saudi citizen as well. Are there moments when you privately have concerns about the impact of the falling oil price, or where it is at the moment, on the prosperity of your country?
When I look to the new way that rulers are taking the country to the next level, which not depends on the only government spending, I don't see the problem as being prospect on that.
All right. Good. Right. Let me go to the president of the General Authority for Civil Aviation, Mr. Hamdan. Welcome. The use of aircraft and the kind of load factors on aircraft tends to be an indication in many countries of a healthy economy or not. What are you seeing which might indicate that there is a connection between prosperity, wealth, economic activity, and certainly the low oil prices at the moment?
Well, thank you. Thank you, Nick, for the introduction. What we have been witnessing in the kingdom is a significant growth in terms of air traffic. For example, if we compare 2015, 2014, we have witnessed a growth of 9.3.
Has it fallen off in literally the last few weeks?
Not at all. In fact, I mean, there are a huge demand, okay, when it comes into domestic market, for example. In the kingdom, we have 27 airports across the kingdom. 5 of them are classified as international, and in fact, there are 10 additional airports which are classified as regional, but in fact they are international. Now, if we look at the number, for example, 2015, we have the number of passengers who have traveled in and out is 81.5 million, within an increase of 9.3 compared to previous year. Considering the constraints which we are experiencing with the capacity of most of our airports, it's not all our airports, I think should we have an upgraded program, for example, started like, a few years ago, we would at least, we'd have seen probably double or triple the number.
Let me press you. In some ways, what you're saying seems to defy economic logic, because in a place like Aberdeen, for example, where the oil price has been going down, bad for the Scottish economy, there's been a dramatic slowing of use of aircraft, use of flights, and so on. You've got Schlumberger, who've just announced 10,000 redundancies. You've got Halliburton just announcing the first big loss they've had in living memory. In other words, you've got people in the oil industry who are no longer going to be traveling because they're not going to be employed anymore. That would suggest that as I say, you're defying gravity in some ways, or alternatively, you're on a passage where you're assuming forward travel at the same speed, but actually the economic realities are going to get very tough for you.
It is, I accept your argument, but in fact, okay, if you look at, for example, the domestic market, we have the cheapest fare, and we are addressing that, from GACA point of view. That is one. Two, if you look at the size of the kingdom, air travel is still, and the lack of other mean of transportation apart from road travels, I think, there is, okay, another, reasons for that. The international, okay, for example, okay, the domestic travel is represent 25% of the total number of travelers. Now, to answer your question, whether we will witness, a slowdown in terms of in numbers of travelers, I don't think so. And all the projections, okay, which we have put, and we have just embarked a new strategy, working, okay, with one of the most reputable consultants, and all the projections which we have put for the next 5 years are all showing, a significant growth in terms of number of
I'm just
travelers.
picking up on Tarek's point that Saudi Arabia tends to be reactive as opposed to seeing the logic of what's happening. Tarek, just come in here. You've heard all 4 speakers. Is there an element of wishful thinking here or not?
Listen, I think the potential is there, and we believe, and the MGI report would lay all the numbers behind it. And I think the first job of leadership is to paint a better picture for tomorrow. If you can't paint a better picture for tomorrow, there's not a lot of energy that's going to create it to mobilize things. I think there is a better picture for tomorrow. The second part is to actually deliver and execute against it. And so I don't think there's wishful thinking here, Nick. I think the challenges are big, and the amount of transformation, the amount of change ahead is actually, and depending on what the government chooses to do, and I certainly can't speak for the government, but I think there's a lot of the size of the opportunity is also matched by the size of change and the implementation and the challenges ahead. So I don't see wishful thinking.
Okay, right. We've got 50 minutes to run, and I've got a lot of questions here. Let me come to the president of Saudi Aramco. One question here from Shad. Since high growth entails investing in renewables, how can Saudi Aramco encourage the kingdom to invest in renewables? Now, I think we've heard from one of your colleagues about the way you are moving into that area, but is that a critical part of creating guaranteed prosperity, to move into renewables at the same time as what you're doing with carbon-based energy?
I would like first to assure Suleiman that traffic will increase to the kingdom for one reason. If you noticed, for all the companies that you talked about reducing their manpower and their activities, the only country in terms of activities when it comes to our sector that is increasing is Saudi Arabia. And with our local content program that we started in the kingdom, where 35% of what we, in terms of goods and services, is made in Saudi Arabia, within the next 5 years, 70% will be made in Saudi Arabia. So all the manufacturing hubs will be in the kingdom. And as such, there will be more traffic coming to the kingdom because of creation of the ecosystem. Sagia is doing a great deal in terms of facilitating for all of these companies to come and sit base in the kingdom. And the company put a mandate. If you want to do business with Saudi Aramco, 70% of the goods and services needs to be made in Saudi Arabia. And it makes sense for them to make it in Saudi Arabia for a lot of reasons. The trained and resources manpower is made available. The technical vocational training is increasing the number of training centers, and the company is participating on these centers. This is different than what Aramco developing for its own plants and facilities. So we are doing a lot of work to ensure that the environment, the ecosystem for these companies to come and sit their hubs. The infrastructure, the government is doing a lot also to create the infrastructure to bring all of these companies to the kingdom. The maritime in Ras Al Khair is a good example where barges, tankers, boats, engines, all will be made in Saudi Arabia. The energy city that we are working on also will create a good hub for all the industries that is servicing us, will be in the Eastern Province, servicing the oil and gas industry. When it comes now, going back to renewable, the company started a lot of programs when it comes to renewable. We are doing a lot of survey in the kingdom, to identify areas where wind and solar generation is excellent places, and in terms of generating revenue, they make sense. We identified areas where we are using diesel or high-cost liquids in certain part of the kingdoms where it makes sense for Saudi Aramco, instead of using these valuable products, to install solar or wind energy. And as such, hopefully, through these programs and through the pilots that we are installing, we will have a good number of initiatives when it comes to renewable. This is in addition to what KCare, of course. KCare is in charge for atomic and renewable, and they are doing, I'm sure, a lot of work when it comes to renewable. But Saudi Aramco is involved, and it will be going into renewables in areas where we are using valuable liquids in the utility sector.
And you see that as a contribution to prosperity, guaranteed prosperity?
Oh, definitely. Renewables is part of what we are doing, and I think the kingdom as a whole, that's why KCare was established, is to look at atomic and renewable, and Aramco is enabler and also participating in renewables by, as I said, doing a lot of scouting, surveying. Right now we did certain installations within the Eastern Province, 10 megawatts in our headquarters, utilizing solar energies, and we're looking, as I said, at a lot of locations across the kingdom for wind and solar energy.
Lovely. Now, anyone want to come in? Microphones here, please. And anyone over there? I've got two hands. Wait a minute. The microphone will come to you. Let me just put to you one question, Minister, about housing. There are reports that you're talking to a lot of global companies, including the Turks, about building thousands of residential houses worth $240 billion. When and where will that happen? Are there any other plans for housing projects? In other words, a very specific question to you.
Okay. Actually, part of the story is true, but the remaining is not. We actually inviting local developer. We're inviting international developer. We will have a huge demand next 5 years. So we need to meet this supply. We need a diversity of.
So that's true, is it?
Yes, but not only Turkish. We are inviting even different from
$240 billion.
The amount is not true, but the quantity of the houses.
What is the true amount?
Actually, we are expecting 1.5 trillion required next 5 years to be spent on this industry.
All right, that's just next year, actually, 240 billion. Right, two questions here, please.
Basil Al-Gharaini, BMG Financial Group. Question to Mr. Al-Faqih. After the government have decided to reduce subsidies, obviously most of the petrochemical companies are under pressure in terms of cost. Would you see it now a good opportunity for SABIC to acquire smaller petrochemical companies? Especially you have very big challenge coming from Sadcorp and Sadara in terms of the competition.
In other words, do you feel constrained at the moment? And can we keep our questions and answers short, please?
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much for the question. Actually, we are seeing this great opportunity for SABIC to improve the efficiency and to optimize our cost and to look into another opportunities with the multi or different feedstock that we could utilize. So this is actually has been a proactive activity that has been taken a long time. When we, as I mentioned in my introduction, when we did the SABIC 2025, we assumed that there will be so many difficulties and challenges ahead of us, and we have been taking the mitigation measures that will ensure that we will continue with our growth, we will continue with our objective that has been put for the year 2025.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Microphone 4, please. Who's got microphone 4, please?
أيوة السلام عليكم. السلام عليكم. سؤالي موجه لوزير الإسكان. أنا أعمل بسمسرة العقارات لي 10 سنوات الآن، وسؤالي لمعالي الوزير، بحكم عملي بحكم خبرتي الآن في سمسرة العقارات، كثير من العملاء أو العميلات عندهم أراضي مساحات شاسعة. هل الخيار الأفضل الآن البيع أو التطوير أو في خيارات ثانية أفضل؟ هذا السؤال الأول. أنا يعني دائما أقول الفرص ما تتكرر مرتين، وفرصة أني مع الوزير شخصيا الآن. السؤال الثاني، بالنسبة للعقارات يا معالي
Well,
الوزير.
one is enough. One is enough. One is enough.
Okay, شكرا.
Develop or sell?
Okay. And I will go for develop because I think there is usually in economy there is an added value, and development now is the added value.
Which one guarantees prosperity for Saudi Arabia?
I think development.
Right. Okay, you've got a quick answer there. Development. Remember that. Does anyone else want to come in on that? No. Okay. Microphone 3. We've got 8 minutes to run.
Okay. My name is Abdullah Jinini from HC. My question to His Excellency Mr. Al-Hukail, Minister. Today I read there is in the market 1.3 million units surplus, and you said you want to build 1.5 million units. You didn't say when and in how many years. I hope when you finish these units, you will not find any people to take it.
The 1.3 million is not accurate number. However, the last census was in 2010 is about 900,000. We are investigating the 900. We find majority in Mecca, Asir, and Riyadh. So it's most likely it will be second home. However, we are consider it as in our planning because that's a very important segment. For building 1,500,000, we expect it to start this year. We think it will last 7 to 8 years. I hope we can success to do that, inshallah.
Never let it be said that it's only the moderator who asks tough questions. Please, over here. Microphone 1.
Rafiq Lakhtar from Energy Intelligence for Mr. Nasser. I was wondering if you could give us some sort of time frame when these studies for the IPO, first of all, I know there are 2 scenarios being studied, when they might be completed and when we could start to see some decisions made.
Could I just tell you, this is not about a press conference or something. We are trying to establish prosperity, but there's a good question.
Okay, I think as you highlighted, IBO is looking at bundling some of our joint ventures when it comes to refining and petrochemicals, and the other segment is looking at the company as a whole and looking at placing certain segment, a small percentage of the company in the capital market. So these are going together. We are doing the studies. The studies will be shared with our board of directors and our Supreme Council around the middle of the year. The decisions when to go will be depending on our shareholder and our board of directors.
Fine. Well, remember, we're talking about prosperity and low oil prices.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. My question to the Ministry of Housing. Today, because of the lack of the quality of building and certification of homes, the wealth put in the housing as a buildings or as houses does not last for long. How does the Ministry of Housing addressing that?
So the houses don't last long, even though people are prosperous.
We are working in putting some criteria to improve the quality, but not only quality and maintenance. We also lack in the market the maintenance of the property. That's why it's not lasting.
Fine. Question here, please. Question 2.
Hi, Khalid Al-Uthman. Very quickly, Mr. Sulaiman Hamdan. One of the incentives or the indications that the traffic on the aviation will increase is raising the oil prices, which will definitely reflect on reducing the use of intercity traffic. But is GACA looking at developing hub airport business in Saudi Arabia, especially on the West Coast? Jeddah Airport is definitely the only possibility for a hub airport on the West Coast compared to other airports on the West Coast. For Mr. Tariq Al-Masri.
Just one question. Let me just leave it at one question, please.
Very briefly, how much contribution from the Saudi community, both business and government, has been attracted to developing the McKinsey report?
Right, keep that for the moment. Okay, that first question, please.
Okay, I will answer that question. For Jeddah, for the West Coast, as you specifically mentioned, the new Jeddah Airport is due to finish by the end of this year. Expected, to be operational third quarter of 2017. It will be a major hub, one of the major hubs in the kingdom. King Khalid International Airport in Riyadh is, as we speak, is going through a major expansion. and once it's completed, it will be our major second hub. Thirdly, we have announced, and by beginning of April, we'll be operating a northern hub from Hail, and this will link Hail with the entire northern region of Saudi Arabia and link it with the world, okay, regional. And furthermore, there is a plan for another hub in the southern region, and most likely will be in Abha, and it will be more or less, okay, similar to the northern hub.
Right, okay. Let me go to microphone 4, please. After this, I'm going to ask for a show of hands on a question I'm going to put.
السلام عليكم، منيرة المشقص، مراسلة إذاعة جدة في الرياض، جريدة الشرق. سؤالي اللي معالي وزير الإسكان ومعالي هيئة الطيران المدني وسابق هو سؤال متنوع. ماذا لو تولت امرأة قيادة أحد هذه كنائب وليس كرئيس الفعل في موضوع الطيران المدني أو الإسكان أو سابق، هل ممكن أنها تقلل من الآثار السلبية التي من الممكن أن نرصدها بين الوقت والآخر في هذه الجوانب الثلاث؟
منيرة ممكن أعيد السؤال؟
أعيد السؤال؟
ما
ممكن أعيده؟
لو سمحت.
فيما لو تولت امرأة قيادة نائب كقائد لأحد الطيران المدني والإسكان والسابق، هل ممكن أنها تقلل من الآثار السلبية التي الآن نرصدها بين الفترة والفترة في هذه الجوانب الجهات الثلاث الحكومية والاقتصادية معا؟
Do you want me to...
سابق؟
ما قالت أرامكو.
Quickly.
Okay, quickly. Sabiq is like Aramco in that perspective.
Right, we're out of time, but before we stop, I want to ask for a show of hands. Who believes that prosperity can be guaranteed in an era of low price oil? Your hands up, please. Who is fearful that prosperity cannot be guaranteed in a time of low price oil? I would say about 3/4 believe that prosperity can be guaranteed. Tarek, you had a question there, but when you look at that, what does that tell you? Okay, it's a self-selecting audience here, and it's not in any way cephalogically sound. But that impression, there is optimism, despite the concerns you talk about of falling household incomes, rising unemployment, etc., etc. Quickly.
I think that's great, and I would have raised my hand with the first group, and I would have been more. And the reason I think it's great, and I'll share one last number, which kind of tells a lot of the story for me. The number is 70%. And it's a triangle of 70. The first thing is household income over the last 10 years has increased by 70%. That's the way people feel, and household income is a really important number. Number two, 70% of people work, 70% of Saudis work in the public sector and work for the government. That's not a sustainable number. And number three, of public sector employees on average, they make 70% more than their private sector counterparts. Those three numbers aren't sustainable. The solution to this is going to be migrating from a state-driven economy to a more market-driven economy, migrating from the government as job providers to the government as an enabler and getting out of the way. And 3/4 of the people raising their hand, that gives me a lot of optimism for a thriving private sector and people creating opportunities and the innovation we heard about this morning. So,
thank you all very much indeed. So broadly, you're optimistic. Let me just tell you that I've been told that there was a slight misinterpretation in one of Mr. Nasser's comments about oil prices. He said oil prices will be adjusted, won't go lower. I'm told that, and I'm just repeating what I've been told for the sake of accuracy. So please take that up with Mr. Nasser yourself if you have any concern and there is continuing ambiguity. So broadly, despite what's going on in the market, and the oil price is not moving significantly either way at the moment, it's just very low, you're all pretty optimistic. But there are voices of caution, and clearly some of you are concerned. Can I thank the panel and thank you for your contributions?
سيداتي سادتي، نرحب الآن بمدير مشروع الأسرة المعرفية بمجموعة الأغر الدكتورة آلاء نصيف.
Ladies and gentlemen, Project Manager for the Knowledge Family Initiative, Al Agar Group, Dr. Ala Nasif.
No sound. Go back. No sound. Okay. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we begin? Today I'm representing Al Agar Group, a Saudi think tank. At Al Agar Group, we always entertain ideas. Today, we are sharing one idea with you, and if you need more, you have to join us at Al Agar Club. Al Agar Club's established since 2001 as an independent, non-profit think tank, and we had the privilege to transform few of our strategy into a national one, as well as presenting the strategy to transform Saudi Arabia to a knowledge base to the Royal Court, as well as to the Economic Supreme Council. What is unique about Al Agar as a think tank, we are one of its kind in Saudi Arabia. We combine the global standard as well with the local understanding of what is needed for Saudi Arabia itself. We have a database of over 700 experts, local, national and international as well, working with us to deliver the focus that we aim to deliver since 2001, which is transforming Saudi Arabia into a knowledge-based society. Since transformation was our focus and we were invited to present at the Global Competitive Forum, we tried to bring one of those ideas into place today. Our proposition is that for Saudi Arabia, or any nation as a matter of fact, to globally compete, we have first to create a competitive society. And that competitive society dictates that we have to involve the individual. I was very pleased and thrilled since the first day of the forum that I heard that this theme is being presented by many speakers and panelists saying that individual matters. I had the privilege this morning to meet Professor Javier Sally-Martin, who introduced the index in 2003. And I was amazed that he accepted to work on the index and create the index in 2003 for the purpose to bring prosperity and to bring incentive to the nations to compete so that target has to be met. So if we incorporated the individual into the nation's effort for them to globally compete, then is it correct for us to say if the nations, and specifically here I'm talking, we are expert in Saudi Arabia in specific, if we brought the individual, the society level, into the nation's effort in their global competition, would that make a difference? Would creating a competitive society really help nations globally compete in a better sense? I think I need to go back. Yes, please play the movie. Since the establishment of the index and the issuance of the report, I picked randomly 8 different countries. What's really fascinating is that though some countries are leaping, some are declining, Switzerland and Singapore always remain constant in their ranking, first and second place. And of course, the report gave an explanation. They said that Switzerland remained in the first ranking due to its resilience and capacity to innovate. Some countries have been affected by the financial crisis. Some have been affected since 2010 when the report became more of a granular nature report. However, these 2 countries remain constant in their ranking. And it was fascinating for us. What I'm going to present today with you is a social idea that incorporating individual into the nation's effort into doing so. So it was worthwhile for us to investigate what is so special in Switzerland and Singapore. And I was happy to hear that one of the workshops was just before lunch. Professor Rees, maybe I'm pronouncing it wrong, mentioned that what's fascinating in Switzerland is that their education at the kindergarten level, kids are being educated in a way that definitely Switzerland will always be among the top ranking, if not the first one. Education element is fascinating. According to the Economist Intelligence Unit, the Life Index, Switzerland is the best place in the world to be born in. And if you looked into the marital well-being, because of the marital well-being and the parenting style and the education, teaching post is amongst the highest in the country. Singapore, they also employ the PPP program for parenting, and they have a policy called bringing the best in every child. And I'm not saying that these efforts is being reflected in the index or affect the index itself, but rather I'm seeing those nations who are competing on a very high level. It's worth investigating, and I think probably 2017 in the forum will present to you a study showing that there is a correlation between these nations' performance and how much they take into account the individual and the society level, specifically from parenting and education. Professor Sally-Martin, in his big idea speech this morning, presented the importance of education. And what I want to say, I want to emphasize on the importance of the informal education before getting even into kindergarten. Are we witnessing the transformation from economy of nation to economy of individual? And I'm here quoting John Adams, one of the founding fathers of United States. If you looked, say that effort of every individual, long statement, not only capable of carrying on those society to wealth and prosperity, but of surmounting hundred impertinent obstructions. If in the early 1800, we're talking about the power of the individual, The spirit of the report. I know the economists in the room say that the index is consistent of 12 pillars. These 12 pillars are what we assess the nations on: innovation, institutions, policy, job market, etc., technology. But if you read carefully between the lines of the report, and we have the honor of having the presence of the index creator, Professor Salai Martin, these are the key words. The index itself was created to get the prosperity for everybody. And the fourth line, every person can participate. It's not just on a government level, but rather the individual counts. The index itself proposed that there should be a collaboration between three main sectors: public, private, and the civil society. What I'm here today is saying, what will happen if these three sectors involve the individual? And specifically, I'm talking here, involve the family. How our life will be different. In what way? We will show you in what way. This is the creative society being created, composition of the family as well as the individual. Then it goes into the nation's effort. And if the nation's effort is consistent of collaboration between three sectors, then we expect even civil societies, public sectors, private sector, bring into the individual and the parent as well into the equation. The study that was published in 2003, it's called The Early Catastrophe, the 30 million words. It states that before the child reached the age of 4 years old, that child performance in life after, or after in life, is determined by how many vocabularies the parent have taught that child. So even if we improved the early child education, that gap has already set itself in motion before that child entered kindergarten. So that itself also proved that involvement of individual and the knowledge family proposition that we are bringing here to you as Al Aghar group. Our effort at the think tank started in 2008 by developing a strategy called Transforming Saudi Arabia into Knowledge-Based Society. And it was taken to the Royal Court, and it's the mandate of the Saudi Arabia as a national strategy, transformation toward knowledge. 13 pillars of that strategy is composed of early childhood intervention, education, and human element. 2012, we took it further a step, and we conducted a study similar to the 30 million word study that was done in, I think, Kansas University. The 30 million words study involved 42 families. We involved 640 families in Jeddah region, in Mecca region. The studies showed us what? Is that there is a gap. And the gap is being created at home before our children go to school. And these are the symptoms of that gap. Even the rise of unemployment rate, the mono mindset that we have, intolerance toward anybody who's different than I am, lacking of critical skills, lack of innovative culture. So what we did is we created a proposition, and we believe that for us to function, we cannot function alone, but within the matrix of collaboration. These are the different national strategies that are taking place in Saudi Arabia as today. In our attempt and transformation Saudi Arabia into a knowledge base. And we believe that knowledge family also complement the global competitive index. How? Knowledge family consists of giving the parent the education to build the capacity of parent in 4 elements. 2 in which I believe are components that is already directly being assessed by the index, which is preparing young children to face the global changes. And the second one is to prepare them for the job market. And in order for Saudi Arabia to compete globally, those children not only should be capable to be employed in the Saudi market, but rather than in the global market. What is knowledge family? We created an ecosystem for the knowledge family. Knowledge family touches all sectors of the society, from creating the knowledge hub itself up to the government ranking, going through the private, public, and civil society sector as well. Because there is no development, real development. We cannot create emotion in a country without us all collaborating together. Dr. Heather McCain says that globalization starts at home in our local communities. That's why at Al-Aghar, we took this and we believe in it. So Knowledge Family was born in 2015 as a full initiative consistent of institution involvement, policy making, capacity building, education, bringing the individual into the heart of KSA transformation. In order to do so, for me as an individual, not as a representative of Al-Aghar Group, as a mother first, as a social entrepreneur second, as a project manager third, regardless of my role in society, how do I define how I can contribute as an individual without me knowing where is my country, the nation I belong to, is going? And here I want to share with you this
But I just wanted to ask you which way I ought to go.
Well, that depends on where you want to get to.
Oh, it really doesn't matter. As long as I can...
Then it really doesn't matter which way you go.
So, for individual to contribute, and even for you as a leader, whether you're heading a private sector company or a public sector, or you are a minister or a father or an owner of a small shop, you have to know where we're heading. I was honored to attend the National Transformation Program workshop that was taking place last month, December, where the Deputy Crown Prince introduced the future global competitive goals of KSA. And once it's been approved and announced, then they can share it with you. But we did what the movie Alice in Wonderland is saying. Alice in Wonderland was written in 1865, almost a century and a half ago. But the truth remains. For me to contribute, for you to play a factor into creating a competitive society, we have to know where we're going. And luckily, Saudi Arabia has identified where we need to go. It's not my place to share with you. It will be announced soon. So identifying these globals, every individual of us, we have to really work in parallel with the government to move to formulate these goals. Now, at Al-Aghar, we believe that every person as an individual can contribute. How? This room I consider to be the privileged, the intellectuals, whether on a national or international level. The majority of the society exists beyond the wall of this room. So the first thing we can do is to become the ambassador of our nations, to educate the society we live in and the families we raise about global competition. It's not just the government role for them to do that. Me as a mother, you as a father, you as a mother, everybody has to work that our children themselves are playing a factor, players in the global competition. Okay, the private sector existing in this room, you either create initiative or you participate in the 12 pillars of the index directly by innovation, whether you are into the technology sector or the telecom or the health sector, or you have a CSR project where you involve and give back to the community. What we're presenting to you is that all your effort and initiative should be directed into the involvement of the individual. And I hope that we had much time to present to you fact and evidence that Switzerland and Singapore didn't do it without the involvement of the individual. But up to this moment, as a public sector where you are a minister, Your Excellency, or deputy minister, or just an employee in any of the ministerial ministries of Saudi Arabia, performing your job implementing the policies. I witnessed over the last 10 years many policies have surfaced, but the ministries themselves lack how we roll it out in reality. And my role as being part of the public sector is to help to roll it out. You are neither public, private, civil societies, engagement of people, grassroots awareness in where we're heading, rather than seeing the government initiative as something in isolation of our life, but rather than we have to bridge it all together. And I see that my time is fine. So let's test how many of you will leave today, this room, pledging that I will contribute to my nation's global competition. Let me see the readiness level so we can see we'll be among the top. Only 2. Women are more. Men. Oh, my husband also. Okay. Al-Aghar group is also participating. I think in 5 years we'll fulfill the Deputy Crown Prince goal in competitiveness. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope to look you. Visit Al-Aghar website club. Thank you.
حضورنا الكريم، نرحب الآن بالمؤسس والرئيس التنفيذي لصندوق أكيومن السيدة جاكلين نوفوغراتس.
Ladies and gentlemen, founder and CEO of Acumen, Ms. Jacqueline Novogratz.
Assalamu alaikum. I want to thank the organizers for inviting me to GCF, and I definitely want to thank the many Saudis who've made this my first trip here. It's needed to make this happen in a world that is so full of uncertainty. And if I could think of one word for 2016, it is indeed this word, uncertainty. We've been talking about it for the last 2 days. There's so much that's happening in the world. I was in Nigeria last week, and almost every business person I met and students said that they are long-term optimistic, but short-term not so much. It's a rough and rolling time, and we need new tools, new skills to take on those times. Sometimes these challenges can feel overwhelming. And yet, we cannot forget that this is also a time, as Gopal said earlier, of extraordinary opportunity. Not only did we have the tools and the technologies to make the change, but young and old, social entrepreneurs, leaders are making those changes, recognizing that this technology that can make things move so fast that we pull in and we blame rather than extend, are also those same tools that are connecting us across the planet. Almost every human being has a cell phone, and that is not powerful only for the way we communicate and connect, but also in innovation around health and energy, agriculture. And I want to talk a little bit about that, because it is on that that we need to build. I believe that this idea of social entrepreneurs exists in all of our companies, in all of our institutions, too many of which are losing trust. But the social entrepreneurs that I have been working with these last 15 years through Acumen, and really 30 years in my life, are the ones who dare to start with the problem itself rather than their comfort zone, either in the for-profit sector or the nonprofit sector, and then see the tools of capitalism and government and charity simply as that, tools. They are non-ideological. They are driven to solve problems. And in fact, it was understanding this that in 2001 made me decide to found Acumen, with this focus on changing the way the world tackles poverty by investing in companies, leaders, and ideas. I had worked on Wall Street, and I had seen the power of the markets to bring efficiencies to solving problems, but too often markets overlook and even indeed sometimes exploit the poor. On the other hand, I had seen top-down approaches to aid, to charity create dependence. And if I have learned one thing, it is that the opposite of poverty is not wealth. The opposite of poverty is dignity, choice, opportunity, the ability to have impact in your own life. And so the idea of acumen was that our charitable resources, our government, should be the most risk-oriented capital that we have, and yet too often is where we see the least amount of risk. So could we take that and invest in entrepreneurs that were willing to go where markets and government were both falling short, which is something the whole world is experiencing now: healthcare, education, agriculture, energy, and find those solutions that we could scale in partnership with government and the corporate sectors. It's been thrilling to see over the last 15 years that this approach can really work. We've invested about $100 million in about 88 companies across South Asia, Africa, and most recently Latin America. And we've seen these companies grow to reach over 125 million people, create 60,000 jobs, bring in another $500 million into the companies themselves. These are companies that serve people making just a couple of dollars, if that, per day. But most important, they are creating models for how we change the world. Now, as Gopal said before, we have so many of the technologies and even the techniques. We know how to solve a lot of these problems. And I could take you through each of them. But what I think we're missing most of all in all the countries in which I operate and work is a framework for moral leadership, not just talent. A moral leadership that understands that we need a new way of operating in this interconnected world, one that doesn't see the world as divided, but rather sees full integration. So I want to go through just 5 of the qualities of moral leadership, and underneath it talk about some of the companies that we've seen being built. The first is moral imagination, the ability to put yourself in another person's shoes and build solutions from their perspective, not yours. So I take you to the issue of sanitation. 1 in 3 humans on the planet have no access to a toilet. 2.5 billion people. Hard for government to bring public infrastructure into informal settlements like this. 4 million people alone live in the slums of Nairobi. Hard for the charities. They often, well-intended, will dig latrines, but when the latrines are filled, they fall into disrepair and disuse. 3 graduate students at MIT's School of Business, Sloan School, were undaunted. They started from the perspective of the community. They built a latrine that people would actually want to use, that was beautiful, that was clean. They insisted on accountability by selling that latrine to local entrepreneurs in the community, and thus far have brought 750. And then, of course, the big issue is, now what do you do with the waste? And the ingenious piece of this, but also the risk, which meant that we needed patient capital, was to collect this waste on a daily basis in sealed containers, creating more jobs, and then composting the waste, transforming it into fertilizer, and trying to commercialize it on the market. Not an easy thing to do, which is why, again, we needed this experimental capital. For the first 4 years, that third piece didn't work. But last year, they sold 87 metric tons of fertilizer to commercial farms in Kenya, and we're seeing farmers' productivity increase as well. And now, for the first time, Sanergy needs to increase its raw materials, and so we can actually start to sell more toilets. If this actually turns profitable, which I believe it will, we'll have a model, not only for Kenya, but across the world, where this is one of our big problems. The second is this idea of thinking big and recognizing that you also have to start small, build unit profitability before you grow. So you can imagine what it was like when some entrepreneurs came into our office in India, and they started describing the situation of ambulances, the emergency healthcare delivery system. At that time, if you wanted to take a loved one to the hospital, your only real option was a taxi. You called ambulances only to take a dead relative for burial. The system was broken, it was bloated, it was multi-billion dollar. There was too much corruption in it. At the time, this team of 5 had only 9 ambulances, most of them donated by charity. Still, the guy in the car particularly had so much grit and determination and audacity that we decided to buy 30% of the company. Over the last 10 years, the company has had to experiment, fail over and over again. But they learned what it would take to build a healthcare delivery service that used the private sector and the public sector, starting with cross-subsidy pricing. If you take you to a private hospital, you pay market prices. If we take you to a public clinic, you pay what you could afford or free. Second is marketing, awareness building. There was no trust. And so they had to try all kinds of ways to get people to believe that an ambulance would actually come, including guerrilla marketing. And the third was ethics. Ethics through every part of the company, which took a long time to show and to build. But today that company has almost 1,300 ambulances, 6,000 employees. It has taken 4 million people to hospital and serves the catchment area of 300 million people across India. We now have a model of a public-private partnership, because this only works with government supporting it, so that everyone in the space in which it operates can not only know where to call an ambulance, but actually believe that that ambulance will come. Obviously, changing the status quo, then audacity, it takes a lot of moral courage. And when I think about courage, one of the people that most comes to mind is a young Pakistani-American man named Javad Aslam. After 9/11, he decided, even though Pakistan wasn't his nationality, he would go back to his ancestral home and bring his skills in commercial real estate to try to tackle the low-income housing deficit, about 7 million units needed. He had the courage to spend 18 months trying to just register the land without paying a bribe. He had the courage to build a house for himself in the middle of this community so that he could understand the needs of the community. I was with him when he had the courage not only to endure a crossfire among different bandits, but then to show up the next day and show the people there that he was showing up as well. It was a long road, again, 10 years, but today not only is there a thriving community for low-income people, but Pakistan also has a model, and he's just closed a deal to take this housing model to many different states across the country. All of these entrepreneurs have all of these qualities, but grit and determination is one I sometimes worry about, because I hear so many young people around the world who want to change the world, but they would like to do it in a 3-year period. This is really hard stuff. Gopal talked about a multi-stakeholder model. To have the skill set to work across the sectors, to understand the needs of the poor and have the kind of empathy needed for that, takes a long time to build. When I think of grit and determination, though, the company that most comes to mind is D-Light, which 10 years ago decided that because of the reliance of 1.5 billion people in the world on kerosene as really their only form of energy, that they could do better than that. And so with this audacious idea that they would bring solar as a substitute for kerosene, Nick Hosum and Sam Goldman got started. At the time, solar was $4 a watt. There was no trust. People couldn't afford the product. It was $36. But they worked at it. They failed again. They started and understood how to design from the perspective of poor, what they would actually spend. They priced it accordingly. They learned how to market and create awareness, because this was a push product. In many ways, it still is. And third, they had to understand financing. Now, in this case, the entrepreneurs actually did less than what was happening in the larger world, but they were ready to jump on opportunities. 11, Safaricom, which is Kenya's largest cell phone company, really moved into, not only moved into mobile banking, but had the foresight to understand that if they created a joint venture with Safaricom, people could not only buy a solar system that would be well above what they would be able to pay with cash, but they could use their mobile money to pay on a daily basis, just like they used to pay for kerosene. And from my perspective, 2011 is where we started to see the solar revolution take off. They moved into home household systems, so now you not only are buying lights, but electricity for your cell phone and radios and televisions and things to enable you to work. Investing in D-Light also helped us invest across an ecosystem. Product companies like D-Light, home electricity systems, mini-grids and microgrids, and finally affordable cook stoves. This has all taught us that next step so that we can take a big, audacious idea and begin to dream that there is a different way to reach the rural poor of Africa, a continent of 1 billion people where 80% people live off-grid. And rather than continue to spend money only on trying to extend the electric grid, take a bet on building an off-grid solar ecosystem. I believe it can be faster, cheaper, and more effective than fully waiting for the grid to reach the low-income people. And so we're developing a $100 million initiative to invest in the best companies across East Africa in partnership with the government of Rwanda to start to prove this model. Now, doing this takes the fifth quality of moral leadership, and that is faith. We don't talk enough about faith when we think about what it means to build the kind of leadership we need in ourselves and in the next generation. Tragically, it's been an uncomfortable thing for too many people to talk about, yet you can't change the world if you don't believe the world will get better. You can't have a crazy idea and move toward it and move yourself through the long loneliness without understanding that you are part of something bigger than yourself. I was so excited to hear Gopal talking about it, and it is the strength of our diversity that gives us such opportunity to remind ourselves and each other not only of the beauty of our individual faiths and where that comes from, religious and non-religious, but how that can strengthen us. And one of the great privileges of my life in working with so many young entrepreneurs around the world is that I get to be in circles where we have the safety to share. I think of a young man named Fahad a Pashtun from Peshawar, who talks about saying his morning prayer and putting his forehead to the ground after he has seen so much violence, more than anyone should see, and thanking God not only for his life, but for the fact that he is connected to every human being on this planet. I think of a Jain in India who every morning goes outside her home to feed the pigeons with a bowl of seeds, to remind herself that she is connected to every human living thing on the planet. I think of Nelson Mandela, who moved from a spirit of Ubuntu, that I am because you are. The more that we can create cohorts of leaders who are bound to one another, not because of tribe or ethnicity or class or even generation, but by adherence to shared values and a shared dream of a world in which all people matter, the more we can actually celebrate this diversity and find greater strength in ourselves and in each other. And it was really this belief that we not only needed to build companies, but we needed to build a cohort of moral leaders that made us 10 years ago decide to create the Acumen Fellows Program, where we would identify some of our best and brightest, our young men and women who wanted to pursue lives of change, lives of moral leadership. And we've supported about 300 of them from all over the world. And I wish you could see them. You'll meet some of them. They are beautiful. And they give you the hope that moves us through uncertainty. We bring them through a curriculum that is focused on operational and management, but also the moral imagination, the values piece of the work. With our global fellows, we actually put them in companies in India and Pakistan and East Africa for 9 months, where they have to learn what it means to build a company where there's no infrastructure, where there's high levels of corruption, where there's very tough on the talent supply, not such great management systems. And after it, they go into the world, and many of them are starting incredible organizations or helping other organizations get stronger. I think of Abu Bakr Siddiqui in Pakistan, who works with an organization named Huat, who is experimenting with taking zakat and using it in more sustainable, scalable ways so that people will not be dependent and can control their own lives. Or James Kasaga, a Ugandan who spent a year working in an education company in India and is now taking Teach for Uganda and building it in his home country. And one of the senses of pride and joy really came about because the King Khalid Foundation here in Saudi Arabia took a leap of faith, and I dare say some courage, in supporting us 4 years ago so that we could identify some of the best Saudi young social entrepreneurs and bring them into the Fellows Program. And 3 of them are here today. It looks like only 4 individuals, but what you find in this interconnected world is the ripples that come from each of them. Not only have these 4 done incredible things in and of their own selves, here and elsewhere in the world, but they've inspired a generation along with other social entrepreneurs here. They, along with King Khalid Foundation, helped create the first Plus Acumen chapter in Riyadh and then Jeddah. And then that chapter of people who have day jobs but are dreaming about how they can contribute are supporting one another in many different ways, including taking my book, The Blue Sweater, and translating it into Arabic. I did nothing to help them. And on Sunday night, we had a book launch, which was truly one of the most amazing moments of my life. And I thank them for it. They also pushed us along with other chapter members around the world to take our lessons and put them online. And now we've had 270,000 people around the world take these classes, and many of them are going off to start social enterprises. Shahad is working with an American fellow to build a company called Just, which brings transparency along the supply chain in the fashion industry. And as all of you know, and your sons and daughters, the millennials, only want to buy from companies that they trust, that they understand, that are sustainable. And so I think this is going to be a great adventure. You're going to meet Lou Jane in the next panel. I'll let her talk about the social enterprise she started, Tasami, and the work that she's doing in India, hopefully working in an education company. These ripples, you start to see where we're going here. Because I think that what the world needs is that we redefine success away from celebrating only those individuals who can make the most money, and focused on celebrating those individuals who can release the most human capability in the world. We need those individuals to start looking at that metric, and I find them in every country. It's a long, hard road, though, as I said. The people who go to make significant change in the world cannot sign up for easy. They need to endure the long loneliness, and there is no single roadmap to do it. As a result, at Acumen, we really struggled with how could we help young leaders and ourselves, quite frankly, learn to navigate the many different stakeholders. What would be our moral compass? Could we create a set of shared values that would bind us? And if you'll indulge me, I will read our manifesto. It starts with standing with the poor, listening to voices unheard, and recognizing potential where others see despair. It demands investing as a means, not an end. Daring to go where markets have failed and aid has fallen short. It makes capital work for us, not control us. It demands investment as a means, not an end. It thrives on moral imagination, the humility to see the world as it is and the audacity to imagine what it could be. It's having the ambition to learn at the edge, the wisdom to admit failure, and the courage to start again. It requires patience and kindness, resilience and grit, a hard-edged hope. It's leadership that rejects complacency, breaks through bureaucracy, challenges corruption, doing what's right, not what's easy. It's the radical idea of creating hope in a cynical world, changing the way the world tackles poverty, building a world based on dignity. It all comes back to human dignity. Whenever I'm in a country in which we work, I find a way to go and visit the customers that are being served by that company. And a few months ago, I went to visit Mary, who is one of the 10,000 distributors of the D-Light lights, which have now, as I said, gone to 55 million people. But Mary refuses to be paid. She's a volunteer. Or as she said to me, Jacqueline, I'm not an agent, I'm an angel. And I said, Mary, with all respect, you're in the target customer market. You are one of the low-income people. Why would you do this for free? They would pay you. She said, Jacqueline, I'm 68 years old. And before I die, I want to know that I have served my community and my country. And I can think of no better way to do so than to share with my neighbors and friends, and even those people I do not know, the opportunity to buy something that will change their lives and let them see what they can do. We, as human beings, yearn to be good, and we yearn to serve, and too often we just don't know how. This release of energy. Yesterday I was in Qasim visiting one of the Saudi social enterprises, a group that works with widows and divorcees that build crafts and make beautiful foodstuffs. And I felt the same feeling, that these women were not wanting to talk to me about how much income they were earning only. They wanted to talk about the service they were doing, how exciting it was that people were actually asking them for their opinion. And one even said, you know, if you do an exhibition of our products anywhere in the world, I will travel with you. It's changing the circles of mobility, where people can go, but it starts with that sense of the possible. When I think about that human spirit, Mary's, the women I met yesterday, the fellows, the young people I have met across Saudi Arabia these last few days, all around the world, I think that it is this shared collective spirit that holds the seeds of human consciousness. And it is really our shared consciousness that gives us the capability to imagine a world that we could create if we dare to see ourselves as integrated, not as separate. For separate is an illusion and a delusion, both in the way that we look at our financial situation and our spiritual lives. We have to live as whole people, and we need to build a whole world. And I dare say, these last 15 years have given me more cause for optimism. And these last few days of seeing the young generation that wants to be used, and I dare say used up, making the world they dare to dream, reminds me that we are each other's destiny, and that we will not have dignity as a human race until every single one of us has dignity. And so I end by saying thank you again for the opportunity. Know that you've got these beautiful young generation that is the true treasure of this country, and frankly, every country. And I wish all of them and all of you Godspeed. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
حضورنا الكريم، نرحب الآن بالسيدة زينب بدوي.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the stage Ms. Zainab Badawi.
So everybody, we meet again. Assalamu alaikum one more time. It's my pleasure to be with you this afternoon. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, of course, Your Royal Highness. So in this session, we're going to try and square the circle. We're going to talk about business doing good. Can business, the exact title is Doing Good by Doing Business. And some people will say that is a contradiction in terms. We're going to prove you wrong, because these people here are going to explain to you why they think that you can do good by doing business, and not just think about the bottom line, but the double line, the triple line, whatever you want to call it. So we've got two wonderful women with me. I shall introduce them first. Her Royal Highness, Princess Rima Bint Bandar. I'm sorry, my Arabic is not great. Bint Bandar Al Saud. It's wonderful to have you with us, Your Royal Highness. And you are CEO of Alf Khair, which means 1,000 blessings to those of you who don't speak Arabic. And really, you are an award-winning businesswoman, but you've now moved into the area, for the time being, of social enterprise, and Alf Khair does do that. And then we have there Lujain Al-Ubaid, who's also a great force amongst Saudi Arabian women folk, and she runs something called Al-Tasami for social enterprise. Again, for those of you who do not speak Arabic, Tasami means evaporation, and her plan is to turn solid things into, not hot air, because you don't want that, do you? You want something, but explain what Tasami is really, what you mean by it.
So Tasami, evaporation, what we mean is we want to turn these frozen ideas and we want to expand them and unleash them into the world with all the positive impact that
So
carries.
make it all go out into the ether, but like I said, not hot air. Okay, great. And next to you there is Mohammed Al-Ubaidli, who is originally from Bahrain, but he is based in the United Kingdom, where he is founder of something called Patients Know Best. He trained as a doctor at Cambridge University, but he only worked for 1 year as a physician, and decided that the patient knows best, so he set up this organization. And I don't know, you want the... I still would like to be treated by a doctor, I have to say, yeah. But he believes, and he'll explain to you why he thinks that the consumer, the patient, knows best. Next to him is Ashraf Naguib, or as we say in standard Arabic, Ashraf Najib. So, from Egypt, of course, and he is CEO of something called Global Trade Matters, which is a not-for-profit think tank, and he'll tell you more about that. And then next to him is George Delama, who is a man of many, many parts. He's worked as a foreign correspondent, as a media executive, but he's currently the 10th president of the Eisenhower Fellowship. And I know that some people who've had links with Sagia have also had links with Eisenhower Fellowships, which basically tries to promote good leaders in regions across the world. Whew, that's our panel. Welcome to you all.
Thank you.
Princess Rima, so just before, I'd like to just ask you, because really, you did something really very fascinating in December. You set up the largest human awareness ribbon because you believe in promoting awareness, particularly about non-communicable diseases like diabetes, obesity, and so on. So while we roll this video showing the pictures of that, just explain to us exactly what it was you did.
So I work with the Breast Cancer Association, Zahra, and equally I am a social entrepreneur, I'm an entrepreneur, and I'm an active individual in my community. And what I wanted to do is take away the idea of disease as a singular subject, recognizing that in order to heal yourself, you actually must change your lifestyle.
All right, let me just pause here for a second. Roll video. They're not, thank you.
So this video is 8,264 Saudi women that joined together on December 12 in honor of breast cancer to form the largest human awareness ribbon. That's a gimmick. The gimmick was to get us all to one place so we could all learn something. And then in collaboration with the Ministry of Social Affairs and the Ministry of Health, we talked about breast cancer, diabetes, obesity, and osteoporosis. When you think of those four subjects, taking away breast cancer, we're talking about lifestyle, nutrition, mental health, because all of that becomes one conversation. So when these women arrived, they didn't arrive just to form this ribbon. They were exposed to education on all of these subject matters. Further, the charities through the Ministry of Social Affairs came and spoke to us about mental, environmental, physical, and medical health. And the idea of holistic health and its importance is how it then affects business. Positively, negatively, if we are ill and unwell, we are not going to have a population to sell things to if you want to look at it commercially. We're not going to have a population to house if you want to talk about it from a housing point of view. We are not going to have a population that's going to be able to raise children that are then going to work from another point of view. So what is the point of not focusing on our health? And then specifically, I would ask, what is the point of exclusively focusing on a disease? So my enterprise, Al Khair, what our mandate is to provide access to opportunity. So finding causes and finding initiatives and looking at who are the partner organizations that we could collaborate with to take a message, deliver it, but then have maximum impact. The impact of this from a commercial point of view or a business point of view is we had 53 partnerships in order to make this happen, which to me screams business opportunity. In order to secure these women, we actually had to work with 3 different security agencies because there aren't enough female security individuals. When we had to feed these women, we had to work with about 40 different food vendors because there aren't enough food vendors that have women
to work to supply this. We had to work with 5 different cleaning companies to service this event. So when you think about an event exclusively for women in a country like ours that does have a segregation, and you think of how can I now employ people to serve people, to create an event, to do an event, to affect change, you're looking at a whole economy. So when you're talking about is social enterprise sustainable, it is sustainable if you collaborate.
So that really is an example of how you really need women in the service sector.
Yes.
To provide services for other women. Just want to ask you quickly though, that was speeded up. More than 8,000 women. How long did that take in real time?
2.5 hours, and I apologize for any of the ladies that stood with us 2 hours, and I thank you.
Yeah, I think let's give them a clap.
That's amazing.
And you entered the Guinness Book of Records, so
We
making a social statement, but also, you know, breaking records at the same time. Lujain Al-Ubaid, so just really asking you, because you talk about social entrepreneurship, and just really looking at the theme of this discussion that we're having, doing good by doing business. A lot of people are very skeptical and say, look, the bottom line of private enterprise is it can't have social impact because it's always going to be motivated by profit, and you're answerable to your shareholders and that kind of thing. So in a climate like that, you know, where people talk about the private enterprise in the standard way, how easy is it to get this kind of social impact, social entrepreneur message over?
From my experience, I believe that the message is not delivered easily, and it's not easy to actually motivate social entrepreneurs to be social entrepreneurs. I would actually voice out what Rima said about creating the economy for social entrepreneurship. Last week I was in Ongole. It was 400 kilos away from where I'm placed in Hyderabad, India, as an Acumen Fellow. And I went by car for 3 hours to visit a village, and there I met 3 kids, Manami and Ruti and Karuta. 3 kids that lacked basic needs of clothing, food, and everything else. And with the little they had, they actually managed to warn me from a beehive that I would be killed if I got a sting from. And on my way back, which was almost 3 hours in the car and 8 hours in the train, I had a lot to reflect on that. What did we do to them? I think the basic element to actually encourage everyone to give back, whether it's a corporate or an individual or an entrepreneur, is actually to understand the need that you need to do something. You have to step up and create that solution for that gap that everyone is talking about. If we're going to talk about poverty in Africa, 23 million students go to schools every day hungry. If we're going to talk about unemployment in Europe, there are 22 million European that are unemployed. If we're going to talk about health in the US, we spend around $190 billion every year just to fix obesity or to treat obesity. If we're going to talk about environment, in Asia, 7% only of the population can access clean water. So what are we doing to them?
Ashraf Naguib, you know, just help us unpack this a little bit now, because when we talk about social entrepreneurship, are we talking about, taking one example that Lujain raised there, looking at Africa, are you saying, for example, go and invest in power in Africa, and we know there's a huge deficit of power there, make money, but at the same time bring electricity to the villages? Is that what it is? It's investment, private enterprise with social impact. Is that essentially what we mean by doing good by doing business?
It's a pleasure to be here, and it's a pleasure to speak again. I think I'm the only representative of the private sector on this panel, and let me share with you my story and the story of Global Trade Matters, and maybe we can take from that a bit of inspiration of what the youth can do to make things easier. Absolutely, it is a very quick story. It's just basically the concept of wanting to do good, but at the same time needing the flexibility within a framework such as Egypt to be able to do this good without being hindered through the bureaucratic process that we have so entrenched in our society, in Egypt specifically. So let me give you a very small example. When we started Global Trade Matters in 2001, our main purpose was to really help taxi drivers, which are a main fabric of the Egyptian society. If any of the Saudis here or anybody has visited Egypt, taxis are very important. We're able to bring together a fleet of 3,000 of these taxis. Now, we wanted to raise their annual income. The only way we can do that is to connect them with the private sector outside the realm of the government. We just needed one license to be able to put taxi top advertising on top of these taxis. But the rest of the work was done by ourselves, going down, trying to get these taxi drivers that were individuals to be able to subscribe to this new service that we were providing. We opened up 8 service stations for them across different governments in Egypt, and we were able to get them on board. Now, what we've done was really increase their annual income by at least £1,200 a year. What we were getting out of this as Global Trade Matters is obviously a certain bit of profitability, but our main strategy inside Global Trade Matters is to reinvest all our profit for as long as this company exists. Now, what makes it so much easier? All we needed to do is go open up a limited liabilities company, come up with this idea, and then go implement it on the basis of profit and loss. And our belief is even governments, more efficient governments are ones that are able to manage their budgets and for them to be able to build their processes on the principles of profit and loss. And that's exactly what Global Trade Matters does. We don't invest in energy, for example. Our investments are very limited, maybe schools for special needs, still private sector based. But at the end of the day, our main objective was to get special needs children to be able to go throughout the whole process of primary, secondary, high school, and then get into universities, because that's one of the major problems that they have, and then deal with all the issues that come with it. Now, within Egypt, there are already policies and frameworks that we can work with without having to advocate change or new policies. For example, our private sector law stipulates that companies that with over 50 employees have to have 3% with people with special needs. And again, that's where we started to make the connection between education, private sector for special needs, and be able to get them the jobs. Now, we don't just leave them once they get the job. We follow up and see how they're doing. Again, all that I'm saying is a for-profit-based principle. We build
a for-profit principle to help children with special needs.
Microfinance.
Is that the example you're giving?
Yes.
Okay.
Microfinance for small farmers is a very important thing. Financial institutions and bankers here will tell you that it's very high risk for banks to lend to small farmers. What we did is we took the risk by borrowing the money from the banks and being the ones responsible for the payback.
And you do often find that these very small farmers don't get the finance that they need from the banks, which don't want to lend to them. Mohammed El Ubaidli, though, just to pick up on that point that Ashraf Naguib made, I mean, is it right that the private sector should provide a service like special needs in education or health, for that matter, because that's your particular area of interest? Isn't that really properly the realm of the government, of the public sector, to ensure that there are a basic level of services there, and that really there isn't a role for business in that kind of provision?
So it's not either or, but I will say that
just start again.
If you're trying to solve problems at scale, the private sector has productivity output like no other sector. So if you look at the last 100 years, the efficiency of the government sector and the non-profit sector has grown incrementally less than 1%. If you look at the private sector, productivity grows 2, 3, 4, 5%. So if you want to tackle problems at scale, the private sector has the skills to deliver at scale. Now, how you tax that, how you incentivize that, that's a role for the government to regulate and intervene and make sure there's no bad players and the good players get rewarded for doing the good things.
Even providing for the vulnerable and the needy, you feel that that is a service which can, under a regulatory framework set by governments, the public sector, be a service provided by the private sector?
I'm focused on the outcomes, basically. If we want the truly massive problems we have in healthcare, education, and so on to be fixed, if something is delivering the good outcome, we want to double down on it.
Okay, and just very quickly, on patients know best, do you believe in giving power to the consumer, which a lot of people would say, yes, that's a great idea, you know, maybe they're taxi drivers or small scale holders, you know, farmers, and they will know what they need, but does a patient really know what they need? Are you talking about them getting hold of their records and helping determine what kind of health treatment they might receive?
So I will say that patients know best is mission statement, not a declarative statement. So I'm not saying they currently know best, but they will by the time we're finished with them. I mean, when you were saying you want the doctor to do things. So if you have appendicitis, I know you don't want to do your own operation. You'd rather the surgeon does the operations rather than you.
I think that's an obvious one, yes.
But the conditions that you were describing in the ribbon, Princess, the heart disease, osteoporosis, diabetes, 70% of healthcare spending is on conditions where the patient has it for more than 1 year. The patient may get 1 hour with their physician. The remaining 8,000 hours a year, they are responsible for what's happening with them. If you don't give them the data to manage themselves, they cannot carry out
So the responsibility of the individual not to overeat and manage their
It's not just patient rights, it's also patient responsibilities.
Right, okay. George, so just really, perhaps you would help us here then, in general terms, give us a definition of what we really mean by doing good by doing business, and how you can reconcile this profit motive with the greater good.
Personally, I don't personally understand how some people separate the two. I'm a recovering journalist, that's my confession. But I have always been drawn to the kind of work with purpose, with a larger purpose, where if you do well, you can do some good. Whether it was in journalism, I had an incarnation in international development, then in online education, and now I have the privilege to work in an extraordinary international organization, Eisenhower Fellowships, that's a nonprofit, nonpartisan foundation that we identify, empower, and connect innovative leaders from all fields all over the world through a transformative fellowship experience and lifelong engagement in a global network of change agents who are committed to creating a world that's more peaceful and prosperous and just. So I get to work in an organization where that's actually the mission. And I agree with what Mohammed was saying. What's interesting, in the Middle East and in Africa, we've noticed that CSR, or its flip side, social entrepreneurship, whereas in the United States, it's more geared towards customer satisfaction and perhaps a marketing public relations dimension. In this part of the world, and I think intelligently so, it's been more geared to addressing social problems, particularly through public and private partnerships. And we have a fellow named Martin Burt, who is an extraordinary man from Paraguay. He was the mayor of Asunción and the minister of commerce. And he is the ideal Eisenhower Fellow. He founded a foundation in Paraguay to teach entrepreneurial skills to low-income communities, helped found a sister organization in the UK called Teach a Man to Fish. He's partnering with a fellow in Nigeria, another Eisenhower Fellow, to create a network of schools for girls. Martin likes to say that every social problem is an opportunity. And what social entrepreneurship is creating new paradigms to come up with new approaches to address those old social problems. Now, governments, for instance, in poverty, in all parts of the world, usually have a top-down approach. They have the big budgets, but they also have bureaucratic constraints and usually do not come up with the most creative programs, not to mention the efficiency. Whereas entrepreneurs, particularly innovative entrepreneurs, can bring the kind of fresh thinking and entrepreneurial outlook to bring innovation and partner with those resources to really create a sustainable impact. And I think that's what we're talking about and we're seeing in many places.
Very quickly before we open it to the floor, perhaps Princess Rima, I don't know, or one of the other panelists could understand this, which is, respond to this, which is we are looking now increasingly at new models, as you were saying, as to how we can achieve the greater good within the business model. And you tend to find now increasingly that there are roles where you have a tripartite partnership, as it were, where you have the public sector, government, investment of some kind, the private sector, but also the voluntary or the development or the aid sector, whatever you want to call it, all working together, usually on bigger projects, and you find that that kind of synergy is delivering, you know, the kind of outcomes that we are all discussing. Is that something you'd like?
That was the key to our success. What I forgot to mention is...
Just start again.
I'm sorry. That was the key to our success, that partnership. And it took us 1.5 years, almost 2 years, to secure this event. because we needed the buy-in from every single department. It wouldn't have been enough to just have volunteers. What were they volunteering to do? And in order to expose our volunteers to what is possible for them as they develop, they needed the exposure to the public sector engagement and the private sector engagement and realize the differences in it. For the public sector, they actually need to see the value in the private sector as more than just vehicles for money, and I'd really love that if we could change that mindset here. A business is not a vampire to good in this country if you can educate the business owner to the value of CSR and community engagement. Therefore, the laws and regulations should empower the businesses to be more proactive rather than prohibit them. It's part of why I started what I did, because when I was working in the department store at Harvey Nichols, we wanted community engagement, but because of the guidelines of the Ministry of Social Affairs, Ministry of Labor, and Ministry of Commerce, there were very many projects we just could not implement because we were a department store and it didn't fit within our mandate. But in our mandate of CSR is community engagement. So it was this kind of, yes, we really want you to do it, but we're not quite sure what you're asking for, therefore, no. Whereas I'd love if we could just shift it to, if I would like business to be innovative, I should allow them to innovate. If they are allowed to innovate, they become examples for people who can be inspired by that and take that and run with it, which is where collaboration comes on board.
That collaboration. Mohammed Al-Ubaidi, obviously the United Kingdom, not a recipient of donor aid money, but certainly a huge proponent of public-private partnerships, particularly in the health sector. And I know that here in Saudi Arabia, there is a huge drive for PPPs in all sorts of infrastructural projects, you know, schools, hospitals, clinics, you name it. But perhaps just give everybody an idea of how those public-private partnerships work very much within the health sector, the NHS in the UK.
So what the government has done over decades is in the National Health Service set the principle, which is care is free at the point of need. That's the goal. You organize everything around that, but how you deliver the care, how you fund the care, that's up for discussion. And every year, there are hundreds and thousands of medical innovations which come from public funding, the private sector, the non-profit. Everybody's chipping what they want. So if you then harness that around, these are the goals, this is what you need to do for diabetes, this is what we need to do for hospitals and so on, you have a framework for co-investment from the public and the private sector that brings the entrepreneurialism of the private sector, but also the sustained signal and goal from the government saying, this is what we're delivering for our citizens, this is what we will fund over decades. And that really, that sustained signal is critical for the private sector investment as well as the public sector receiving the solutions they want.
Thank you. Anybody on the panel want to pick up before I go to the floor?
Well, I would just say, and I don't disagree with that, but you don't have to wait, really, also for the government. So sitting here, one of the fellows, it's exhilarating spending time with our fellows around the world, but one of the fellows who has really, one of the people with our organization who's really inspired me is Amr Al-Daba, the former governor of Sagia, whose father was one of our first fellows, Abdullah Al-Daba, who was Minister of Agriculture in Saudi Arabia, and founder of the Al-Daba Group. Amr, His Excellency, is one of our more dedicated trustees. And as the chairman and CEO of the Al-Daba Group, they exemplify, he's an enlightened leader who walks the talk. They exemplify what we're talking about. They have he talk about changing a new mindset. He has coined a term, philantropreneurism. Now, it doesn't quite roll off the tongue, but
not an easy one to say.
The idea is very sound. It's bringing business principles and business discipline and entrepreneurial thinking to philanthropy, to giving in a strategic way. And he has created different strategic initiatives to give financially around the world and contribute to better the lives of children and people around the world. And he's also challenged the managers in the Al-Daba Group, which employs like 15,000 people and 62 companies, to engage with NGOs at the grassroots in areas like sanitation, education, housing, and other areas to try to unleash the next big thing, the next big idea. And that is expected. It is part of how they do business. It is indistinguishable. It's profit with a purpose. They're indistinguishable.
Can't just 1 second before you go to questions. I just want to say there are no bad businesses. There are bad people. Okay, and that's the way that we have to look at it, regardless of whether it's a nonprofit or a profit-based organization. At the end of the day, it's the way and the people that run it that either do good or bad in society.
I'd also would like to build on everything that was said, that what social entrepreneurs or philanthropreneurs need is actually support, not only from individuals, from corporate government. Tesami, as a nonprofit, focuses on establishing innovative and sustainable solutions, not only by empowering social entrepreneurs, but also we need to engage everyone to support that ecosystem and build it. I mentioned the statistics previously, and they were not based in the Middle East for a reason. We lack data. There is not enough support for research in that matter. We need support, whether it's for entrepreneurs or even for nonprofit organizations that empower the sector. So
that's a very key point. You can't really do this without the data collecting and so on. But you've heard two different models here, really, or rather they're interrelated. You know, George talking very much about the need to nurture the leaders, and he talked about Amr Dabbag and so on. But also, Ashraf has talked about the fact that you have those social entrepreneurs, be they farmers, because don't forget the farmer is often romanticized as a kind of part of a peasant movement, but really they're the private sector, they are part of the market and so on, and they know what they want to do. They just lack the means to develop their smallholder or their farm, whatever, so they just need somebody to help provide the finance for them, you know, rather than somebody with
not
the vision.
only the finance. Tesami, we are 4 years old. It took us 2 years to register. I'm thankful for everyone who supported us. Finally, we got the Ministry of Commerce as a strategic partner, and that's a huge milestone for us as an organization. But also, it was not only from the ecosystem, it was also from the individuals that stand behind Tesami. I have a great team that is patient and supportive. We have a great network that supports us in every single way, not only financially, but sometimes even emotionally and in capacity building terms.
And it's not just about finance at all, because what we do with the small farmers, for example, is we buy the seeds that they plant. We give them technical assistance on irrigation, on post-harvest losses. In Egypt, we lose 60% of our crop at harvest. So these are essential things that we do, because at the end of the day, we do take the risk on the financing part. So we want to make sure that they make a profit, that we make a profit, and the bank gets their money back, and then we were able to go into another cycle, including actually having forward contracts to their crops before they're even harvested. So we just take the cycle from A to Z and really teach them.
From soil to market, as it were.
Absolutely.
Yeah, good. Can I see hands from the floor, please? 4 points. There's a lady there. Bari'a Alamuddin, my good friend. Lovely, thank you. Can I also see from the ladies' side there, please, ladies? We have two of your fellow Saudi women here on the stage with you, so please, I'd like to see some hands from there. Ladies, wonderful, good. Madame Alamuddin, anybody this side? Yeah, oh, wonderful. This is a lovely ladies' interventions here. So 1, 2, 3, good. Gentlemen, you can keep quiet today. Bara. Yes. Oh, it's not working. Could somebody just check? Put it close.
Thank you, Zainab. Thank you for the panel. My question is to Princess Rima. It's wonderful what you've done with your awareness in Jeddah. I know everything happens between Jeddah, Riyadh, and the Eastern Province. Would you sort of take this mission and take it all around the kingdom? And is this something you intend to repeat next year and the years after?
Thank you. We'll take a couple and then come back. Yes? Number 4.
أيوة السلام عليكم. بالنسبة للمسؤولية الاجتماعية أنا عندي نقطة مهمة أكثر من التمويل، يعني إذا ما كانت تساويها بالأهمية، وهي توسيع الأفق للشباب من الجنسين، خاصة اللي ما وصلوا للمرحلة الجامعية بسبب ظروفهم الاقتصادية والاجتماعية. عندنا فئة كبيرة من هذه بأعداد كبيرة، وخاصة في القرى والمدن الصغيرة نوعا ما، هذول بطالة مدمرة. لازم توسيع الأفق لهم، توسيع الأفق فكريا، توسيع الأفق لهم بالدورات بالمهارات. هذه الفئة ما هي مستهدفة كثير، وودي إن شاء الله أنها تستهدف. ومؤتمر زي كذا مهم، وسع أفقي أنا وأنا عاملة في البزنس. فما بالكم لو جبنا فئة من طلاب الثانوية أو الجامعة يحضرون دورات زي كذا في منتديات، يحضرونها لايف كذا، راح يتعلمون وراح يتوسع الأفق عندهم كثير، وراح يكتشف مهارات وأفق للعمل أكثر من البزنس الحاصل حاليا. وشكرا يعني.
شكرا. Okay, I got about 80% of that. Do you want to give a quick translation for the non-Arabic speakers? I think you'll make it more precise for that question. Yes.
3 key points. How do we raise and broaden the horizons of our
Yes.
youth? How do we allow them to have more exposure to experiences like this so they have something to reflect on, and I think perhaps role models? And how do we recognize their value as the next generation, in summation?
Okay, so that was the question. What's the answer? Do you know what to give the answer? What about you? Blue Jane.
So as I'm often the youngest person in the room, so it comes with a huge responsibility. But I often also reflect on how I reached there and how I become who I am. It's a fostering system and balanced system between family and education. But what she's pointing out to those who can't have it, I think also I would go also again back to the point that it's an initiative that should be initiated by not only the government, not only the private sector, but also individuals. We can't reach out to 32 million people in Saudi Arabia. We actually need to cooperate, and we need to go back to the basic practice of Islam, which is al-imara bil-ard. And it comes in different forms of building for humanity, whether through education or commerce or even health. If we take this into perspective, whether we are a governmental official, decision maker, or an individual or an entrepreneur, things would change.
All right, good. Because she herself is a businesswoman,
Yes.
she said, didn't she? Yeah. George, you want to answer something? Because there was a specific point there about the youth and engaging the youth. Did you want to just make a brief response?
I just really...
oh, sorry, Ashraf.
I'm sorry. I really appreciate the fact that she says, yes, there should be more youth in forums like this, and we do this at Global Trade Matters. But the way that we do it is, again, unconventional. We don't go to the universities. We go to the student unions, and we deal with them directly, because what I want, and what we always want, is those people that are interested, that are going to come here, and are going to listen, and are going to take something back, and are going to share it. But those that are going to be forced by a professor or by their university to attend, they will be outside drinking coffee and totally bored. So again, it's not to go through the university, but to go through the student union, and for us to be able to get that seriousness from the youth. But youth are extremely important, and they should be with us in conferences like this.
Valid point, yeah. Do you want to say anything, George?
Well, I would just say, as the son of a teacher, my late mother was a teacher, my sister's a teacher, I couldn't agree more. We've been hearing for 2 days the critical importance of education, which is absolutely true, and it does start when they're young. At Eisenhower Fellowships, one thing we try to do is expose young people. We're based in Philadelphia in the United States, young people from the Philadelphia area, to have to the role models that our young leaders can represent for them. As a young man, I really had no role models for my aspirations. I had parents who worked very hard, and they were my role models for how to conduct yourself and earn what you get. But for my dreams, I really didn't have role models. And so we try to bring together young people to show them our exceptional leaders.
All right, thank you. And now, Princess Rima, the question from Madame Alamuddin about whether you're going to roll out your awareness program all over the country.
The value of providing access to opportunity is not being the owner of the campaign. We were the collaborators, so it's now putting the onus back onto the partnerships that were created. So we've handed the relationship, yes, we will be involved in it, but back to the Breast Cancer Association, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Social Affairs that have agreed for the period of 2016 to roam the country with the 4 screening programs and the education, and to engage within school and college levels. But the important thing that I think we have to realize is the ownership of this kind of a campaign, which is a community effort, has to be taken on by the community. So you have to give them the ability to believe and truly believe that they can own it and run with it and then translate it for their needs also. because the singular vision is holistic health. That was my vision. But how does that translate in Jeddah? It might be a slightly different theme than what it looks like in Khobar to what it looks like in Al-Hassa. So it has to be relevant to each community, but the framework is there. So what we would like to do is never again break a Guinness record, because I nearly lost my mind doing it. And the logistics of it and the security issues of it and all of that, and the responsibility of actually 13,000 plus women attended this event, plus 1,900 volunteers. It was too much of, it was a naive thing to think that it would be easy, but it's one of those, the innocence of not knowing. So to do that again, no, but to continue the concept of holistic health is mandatory, and it's not just my mission. I would say, I would ask you all as businessmen to take on that role for your companies and your families. It's our collective job, not my job. My job was to highlight this as a subject and say, I think we're in a bit of a problem, because every single government organization we spoke to highlighted the same thing. Health crisis, fitness crisis, and it's going to affect our economy. And everybody in this room is talking about global competitiveness. How could we compete globally if we can't actually get up and move from our couches?
Right, thank you. The lady here has our final question.
My question was, from your perspective, what is needed to create, encourage, or support the social enterprise and social entrepreneurship? And it was partially answered by Lujain. So my other question was, or is actually, what can we do today in order for us to achieve this? And this also includes the challenge of licensing, because if I believe, and if I'm correct, that the only country that gives licensing for social enterprise is Denmark, but I could be mistaken, because the subject of social enterprise licensing is also new to the globe. So the question is, what can we do today to achieve the ecosystem that is required to encourage and support social enterprise?
Okay, thank you. In fact, panel, why don't we roll both of those two questions as our final question to all of you. What do you need in the ecosystem to develop the right foundations for social enterprise? And if you feel you've already answered that, then answer perhaps what we need to do. So what the conditions are that are needed and what we need to do. Start with you and we'll end that way. Lujain,
she pointed out to a very important fact, that we often drown ourselves in defining what is the legal way to register a social enterprise, or what is the definition of social entrepreneurship. You know, we often forget that what matters is innovation and impact and sustainability. We need that solution to be sustainable. We need that impact that would change a lot of lives to be sustainable. And we need that innovation to be present in the solution. We have tons of ideas. In Tesami, we get 50 emails every week, at least, if not more, from youth, not only in Saudi, also outside of Saudi, who are seeking mentorship and support. And what can we do for them? I go to bed every day much heavier than before with these emails, because I can't do anything. But what can everyone do?
Thank you. And briefly, all of you panel, if you would, about 30 seconds. Mohammed Al-Ubaidli, thank you.
So I'll just, two very quickly. From my perspective, one of the biggest bits of feedback I got early on was we got £5,000 grant from Unlimited in the UK, which basically gives very quick grants for someone who's doing social enterprise. And it was only until they gave us, I didn't actually realize I was working on a social enterprise. I knew I was doing something good and I was trying to run a business, but it was them signaling this is important for society that really helped me with a lot of including my parents, just saying, see, this is worth pursuing. Ashoka at the other end, which is an American non-profit backing social entrepreneurs, they're now focusing their efforts on schools. So primary schools and secondary schools, teaching tomorrow's children that the problems are for them to solve, that they have to create the solutions, and just bring that from the curriculum from early on.
Thank you. Ashraf?
Just to answer your question, a very quick demonstration is we're the ones that need to force change on policy environment that we have, whether in Egypt or Denmark and any other place in the world. So what we did was we took action. We've been operating for the past probably 14 years, and now the government starts realizing what we're doing, and other people are starting to emulate this model that we have. So as a matter of fact, we're the ones that are setting the environment for social entrepreneurship in Egypt at this point, and it doesn't matter. It could be private sector, it could be non-profit, it could be for-profit, it could be an NGO. At the end of the day, if you are running it with the principles of helping your society and the future of your country, then it will work. So don't be confined by any legal network, any legal policy or framework. Do what needs to be done the way that you can.
I would say two things. One is education, and education in the broadest sense. Education is lifelong. There is all kinds of broad education that is being addressed by social entrepreneurs in terms of financial literacy, in terms of entrepreneurial skills. Incredibly important, but with it, you need a long-term commitment. One of the reasons companies and many organizations really do not believe in this and really in their hearts and follow through is they're very focused on the short term. CSR, like development, is a long-term proposition.
Thank you. And final word briefly, thank you.
I would say, and I hate to sound like a broken reel, but streamline regulation to allow for innovation, but also clarify the methodology of connecting from organization to organization, because all of our licensing and regulation is interconnected. If you can't streamline it, the entrepreneur is going to look at this and say, this is too difficult a proposition, why bother? So you take away the spirit of innovation. So once you've streamlined it, yes, obviously education is important, but it's not just educating and it's not just empowering people. You're going to empower people with no capability. They're not going to understand the impact. So focus on the capability and change what does capability mean for us today. It's not just being the accountant or being the doctor. It's actually the soft skills that surround the ability to engage and then deliver, which is more important than just empowering. If you can't deliver, there's no point in empowering someone that can't deliver.
Thank you all very much indeed for sharing your thoughts with us on doing good business by doing good business, I think is what we have said. And I abuse my position as chair entirely by only calling on women from the audience, but I say nothing in my defense. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. If we go down this way, over that way, fine. Yeah, they did. A change of scenery here now for me. I've moved to these two little chairs here. May I call on Dr. Khalid Al-Biari to come to the stage? He is the CEO of Saudi Telecom Company, and we're going to have a little chat. Is he here? Hello, thank you very much. So do you say Biari or Bayari?
It's Biari.
Biari, because I had it spelled both ways. Dr. Khalid Al-Biari, thank you very much indeed for joining me here.
Pleasure.
Good,
Pleasure.
good. Is your mobile phone off? Because we don't want it to ring in our conversation.
It's off and with my assistant.
Is it off and somewhere? Yeah, good. Well, I should say that most of you know, of course, who Khalid Al-Biari is, but he's got a PhD in electrical engineering, which you got from the University of Southern California,
Yes.
is that right? And he's been at STC since May 2013, and he's now the CEO. And of course, he has lectured at the King Fahd University about, about communications and ICT, and published so many things. And you've also sat on the committee, the National Planning Strategy
absolutely,
for Saudi
absolutely.
Arabia's ICT.
Yeah.
So you are very well qualified
Thank
to
you.
be in the position you are, and congratulations on
Thank
it.
you, ma'am.
So, you know, recently, a very senior friend of mine in the telecoms industry said to me, you know what, Zainab, there's no more money to be made from making phone calls anymore. Because, you know, you've got WhatsApp, you've got Viber, you've got so many things. And we have to look at a more innovative way, particularly in our work with industries, in order for us to sustain our business models and also to see how industries can develop. And I know you've just come back from Davos, where
Yes.
all the talk was about the fourth industrial revolution and so
Right.
on. So perhaps just give us a very brief overview of the role that technology, particularly mobile phone technology, would have in transforming industry in the future?
As you said, Zainab, I think the theme in Davos, in the World Economic Forum, was focused on what they call the fourth industrial revolution. Now, that entails basically what we call digital transformation of industries. Now, the mood was a mix of fear and hope. So industries, certain industries, will be clearly impacted by what is happening because of digital. Now, what does that mean? Or how is that possible? Digital is possible now because the computing power of the chips of the mobile phones has increased dramatically to the extent that you can really deploy a very affordable technology. Second, the reach is now there, where we are covering a huge or a big percentage of the world population. And that is made possible also through specific technologies that people are starting to talk about. So you talk about cloud services, you talk about the Internet of Things, you talk about cybersecurity. All of those are creating disruption to different industries. Now, where are we related? I mean, as a telecom industries. For all of that to happen, you need infrastructure. You need a telecom infrastructure. And that, I think, can bring tremendous value for the telecom industry away from the traditional telecom services of just selling voice minutes or SMSs or even just pure data. So although the telecom industry itself is being disrupted, the disruption that's happening across so many different industries, I think, can play to the advantage of the telecom industry. The World Economic Forum, alongside Accenture, have been conducting a study of how is this disruption is impacting the different industries. And the conclusion so far is that there is close to $100 trillion, not billion, trillion dollars over the next 10 years of value that can be brought to the society and the different industries. So we're talking big transformation.
So when you look at this Saudi Arabia and you look at the potential for the development of this digital technology, what do you see particularly here in this country?
I see big stuff.
Big stuff.
Big stuff. I see, you see, the kingdom, and I'm sure over the last 2 days, lots of people have talked about how young the population is.
Yeah.
They're not only young, but they are very digitally savvy.
Their mobile phone's just an extension of their hand, isn't it?
Incredible. If you would look at the traffic that is going on our network, it's going exponentially.
Yeah.
The kingdom is #1 per capita on YouTube. Per capita, we're #1 on Twitter. I'm sure on Snapchat and all of those social
media.
services.
Yeah.
So the population is ready. The population is already digitally savvy. And that, I think, is very important element in transforming the industries, that you have the population ready to adopt digital. That's one. Second, the government in their transformation journey leading to the 2020, one of the pillars of that transformation journey is going digital, taking its KSA to be digitized. And I think, so if the government is behind it, that will clearly create the right landscape.
All right, so let's look at it in terms of business then. What are you talking about? We're looking at young people increasingly shopping on their phone apps and not going to the nice air-conditioned malls and shopping and eating some fried chicken and chips at the same time. Are we talking about them doing using their mobile phone for banking, that kind of thing?
All of this and much more. And much more.
Give us some examples of what you see here.
I would say that, for example, the health industry will be completely transformed. the fact that you can provide medical advice to patients online. That would mean that the whole ecosystem of the medical services will be disrupted in a big way. And that's only possible because people have access to that infrastructure. So, and you can talk about all the different
And
industries.
e-learning, what about e-learning?
Education will be, I think, again, one major area, especially, and I think the ministry here is looking, Ministry of Education is looking at it, how to ensure that remote areas are provided with the same level of education as in a city like in Riyadh.
So give us an example then of how it would work, because we hear about e-learning in the classroom. So what I mean, in some parts of Africa, I know they have feature phones whereby you can just have a blank wall and the teacher will download a video or whatever and put it on the blank wall, for instance, so they can, you know, listen to a virtual lecture or whatever.
Or in areas where it's difficult to dispatch teachers, you will be able to have classrooms and through, remotely provide the lessons to multiple locations with the same teacher and the same level of teaching. So I think lots of things will be enabled by this digital revolution.
And what about now, you know, we have in the UK, when it's cold, you can put your central heating on with your mobile phone.
Yeah.
You can, I don't know, open your refrigerator, lock
This
your
is
door.
a reality now. This is a reality, and it's happening here now, where
Well,
people.
you put your air conditioning
yeah,
on?
you can have a complete control through what they call smart home type of devices, and that again can mean a lot, not only in terms of the convenience for the residents, but also in terms of their ability to control, as you said, air conditioning, control all kinds of appliances, and that means energy efficiency. So, in summary, I think that disruption that is being created as we speak, and that will accelerate over the next few years, may mean that certain industries may disappear. Certain industries may be born. Certain industries will be doing their business in a completely different way. But there are clearly a number of challenges.
Do you think we'll be replaced? CEO of Saudi? I hope not.
Robots now are becoming very powerful.
I know.
But I hope not
I'm a robot, really. No, I'm not really. And so briefly, just in conclusion, you've not long been CEO of STC and you want to expand into other Gulf states and much more, you know, so you have visions for this new empire. So where would you like to be in a year or so's time?
Other than the geographical expansion and geographical investments, we are seriously investing in the new enablement platform for that digital revolution. We are focusing on having the right data centers, the right cloud platform, the right cybersecurity platform, the right machine-to-machine platform, and I think that will, for me, is where STC and other telcos will be setting in a few years from now. From where they are just selling traditional telco services into operating in a different space, actually.
Just, I mean, it's often struck me, we were talking earlier this morning in one of my sessions about, developing the metro system, transport and so on. And it's always struck me how in countries which are developing new infrastructure and using these new technologies, compared to the mature economies of Europe, for instance, where they have very old rolling stock and, very old trains and that kind of thing, that actually you can leapfrog straight into this kind of new digital technology world and really be trailblazers for the rest of the world.
Absolutely, and one area that I think will impact the way we do that is big data and data analytics. Since you mentioned the metro, the metro in Riyadh is supported by a bus system. And when they started designing the routes for the bus systems, they were puzzled where they should put the bus stops and how the flow of the routes. And we in STC provided them with a complete how people move within the city of Riyadh from 7 o'clock in the morning until 12 midnight. And this way you really can optimize how your route should be structured. This is, I think, and it has been implemented, by the way. So as you rightly said, the new technology provides a leapfrogging of how such system be designed in an efficient manner.
Fascinating. Khalid Abiyari, thank you very much indeed. I hope you've not got a tracking system on my mobile phone. I'm going to be going off now to the airport, in fact, so that will be the route
Have a
I'm
safe
taking.
flight, then.
Thank you so much. It's
Thank
been a
you.
great pleasure talking to you. It's been my pleasure. Thank you.
حضورنا الكريم، نرحب الآن بنائب الرئيس ومؤسس كورن فيري الدولية السيدة كريستيان مانيون.
Ladies and gentlemen, Vice Chair Corn Ferry International, Ms. Kristen Magnon.
Welcome, everyone. I see many friends in the audience, and I want to thank you, and I'm hoping that those friends will keep the rest of you awake and lively through this discussion. I want to thank His Excellency, Governor Abdulatif Atman, His Royal Highness, Prince Saud, and the entire Sagia team. This has been an amazing few days, and it has been an expression of innovation, I know, in many ways. Excuse me. I'm very pleased to be here in the Kingdom with this distinguished panel to address the very important pieces of competition, human talent, and innovation. I want to quickly introduce my fellow panelists. We have Peter Olsen, the CEO of Fullbridge. We have Ms. Huda Ghassan, who is the Executive Director of Human Resources at Saudi Aramco. We have David Harmon, who's the Vice President of Global Affairs at Huawei. And we have Anju Vats, who is the head of the Middle East Public Sector Consulting for Oliver Wyman. So how do we bridge skills and innovation? We all know that now is an opportunity to do that, and it's an opportunity that we have to grasp. We know it's about collaboration, and we know that advances in technology, and we know that cultural understandings are going to bring higher expectation for all of us as participants. The Kingdom's demographics, I understand, suggest that by 2030, there are going to be 10 million new working-age Saudis entering the labor market. We must therefore now address and act on the need for very intentional and very deliberate institutional infrastructure to foster innovation. Sometimes those words seem like they don't go together: intentional, deliberate, and innovation. But in fact, we believe they do. Talent is what brings ideas to life. At Korn Ferry Hay Group, where I am lucky to be employed, we are the preeminent global people and organizational advisory firm, and at the heart of what we do, in the heart of our business, is to deliver expert talent consultation to help leaders, organizations, and governments develop the full power and potential of its people. Now, our research recognizes, as it was mentioned earlier, that professional development is a lifelong continuum. Each and every one of us has this potential to continue to grow throughout our lives. The secret is none of us are ever really fully formed, and if we are, we're probably quite boring. Life is a lot more interesting if we're willing to be open to new ideas. I think our obligation is not to tell people what to know. I think rather it is to help people know how to learn. And innovation is now more essential than ever in that regard. Larry Page, Google's CEO, summed it up in a question: how do we create a healthy disregard for the impossible? So today, as we look at ourselves and we look at our people, beyond what we already know, I can tell you that at Korn Ferry, our research suggests several things, certain attributes that are found in the most successful innovators. Innovators are curious. They're naturally inquisitive. They always ask how and why. They are comfortable with ambiguity. This is an important thing. They are comfortable with ambiguity. They are comfortable in assuming risk, and often they assume that risk with less information rather than more information. And we know that organizations and governments and institutions, corporations, also have obligations and have certain tenets that must be present if we are really to create innovators. We must give each person a fundamental academic learning. We've heard a lot about education. We've touched on how it starts not just in school, but starts at the family. We have to provide them experience. Each one of our students, each one of us, we have to provide them experience and the opportunity to engage that experience in an exercise where they are challenged. And importantly, we must create collaborative environments. We have to promote teamwork and trusting environments where people know that they can take risks without being judged too negatively. And perhaps most importantly, and something we've all talked about today, but I'm not sure we can ever talk enough about, we must have an embracing of diversity and of differences, because it is that hug that's going to foster the ideas and growth. And even though sometimes that diversity will introduce disruption to status quo, it is also that diversity that presents the greater idea and the greater opportunity in the long run. So today, each one of our panelists here have a perspective on how do we create that innovation? How do we really foster that collaboration? How do we really create those cultures? And how do we develop individuals from birth all the way through to our final days? So let me start, if I might, start with you, Anshu, and I'd love for you to address a little bit about, you've been working in the kingdom now for many years and in around the educational system. And I'd love for you to maybe give us a sense of what you find and what you've seen in the academic learning continuum that remains essential as underpinnings for success, but also as the key components that have to be integrated into this traditional, conventional educational systems that will create innovators.
Thanks, Kristen. If we talk about education, first thing, I think the topic is such an open topic. Innovation doesn't happen in a bubble. Education doesn't happen in a bubble. It's part of a broader ecosystem of which industry is a component, society is a component, and all of them need to work together to create innovation and the intellectual curiosity that we want to breed into our students. Just coming to the kingdom and its track record, I think the most impressive track record in terms of creating access for students. We have gone from 5 universities to 25 in the last 15 years. We have enrollment of 56% now. We are generating 220,000 graduates which are entering workforce every year. So a very impressive track record in terms of creating access. The challenge that we now face is threefold. One, instead of getting hung up about curriculum, because no curriculum is perfect, the challenge that we face at the moment is there is no aspiration. We have failed to create new industries in the kingdom. Our 75% of our GDPs is still accounted for by 7 companies, large companies. They are not participating in the education system as well as they should be. And that coupling needs to happen, first of all. Secondly, we need to create high-value industries in this kingdom. Because if we don't have those high-value jobs, there's nothing to aspire for. And the third element is, broadly speaking, we need to have a more integrated approach in terms of creating that lifelong curiosity for knowledge. And that requires more integrated approach rather than just thinking about higher education, primary education, and vocational training in separation.
Well, let me just ask, if I might, to the panel at large, but 2 questions. One is, how much of this skills issue in terms of gap, how much of this skills issue can be learned in a classroom? And how much of these skills are experiential? And how do we integrate that? And Peter, I don't know if you want to jump in here a little bit around that.
I think that the skills that the young generation really needs now are practical, experiential skills. If the educational system develops a base of literacy, numeracy, curiosity, and doesn't stifle creativity, they're doing their job. What we need in addition are modular programs that focus on very practical skills. In effect, a stern dose of reality.
So how do you see that being accomplished? I know at Fullbridge you do a lot of this work. Could you give us some examples of the kinds of simulation or modularity that you employ?
Well, one of the keys that we've found in engaging young people, and I would say that the real challenge here is motivation, and on the other side, boredom, because many students are bored in educational institutions. I was, my 7 children were, students around the world tend to be bored. The key is, and you touched on this, collaborative learning, teamwork, a judicious application of technology so that the content and the experience is interesting, and then above all, role models who are instructors, coaches, people from the practical world, so that students and graduates can see someone and see a path that they can emulate going forward.
In the States, we refer a lot of this role modeling to a term that we call mentoring, which has become a very progressive and very constant program, both in corporations, institutions, and in academic learning. Have you, I want to turn to Huda here for a minute and ask you from an institutional point of view, from Saudi Aramco's point of view, how much of that do you integrate into your learning force as students are coming in, and what kinds of programs and what kinds of training programs have you really developed to help close that gap of skills and innovative thinkers?
Thank you, Kristen, and also thank you again for giving me this opportunity to participate in this panel and share Saudi Aramco's experience in this area. Our investment in talent development has 3 components. The first component is to ensure that we have a strategic HR function with a dynamic HR strategy that has a vision of creating a people advantage for the company. People advantage is supported, of course, by a competitive employment value proposition, and also is supported by a sophisticated workforce planning model. The model helps us assess our talent supply and demand and forecast the skills gap 10, 20, 30 years into the future, and help organizations align their talent management strategies with the business strategy, and also allow us to appropriately allocate funds for talent development. This brings me to the second component, which is maintaining a long-term focus on developing people. Of course, the success in this area is basically related to long-term focus, because it takes time to produce competitive and competent individuals. Time to autonomy is different from industry to industry, but on average it ranges between 8 years to 15 years for young talent, fresh graduates to become productive part of the workforce. Now, we started our journey with talent development, investment in talent development with the inception of the company 80 years ago. At that time, Saudi Arabia was unlike Saudi Arabia of today. There was no technology, there were no schools, there were no skills. So to find oil and bring it to the market, we had to import not only the technology, but also the skills, and we had a choice. Do we continue depending on importing skills from abroad, or do we invest in upgrading the skills of our national resources? And we chose, of course, the latter. So what we did, we built schools, we built training centers, we enrolled our staff in internship programs with international companies and also in top management institutes. And we've been very successful. Our investment today in talent development reaches $1 billion annually. And over the years, we have realized fantastic and spectacular results as a return on our investment by ensuring that we have a solid pipeline of capable, innovative, high productive, and top performing employees. Of course, we didn't do it alone, and no company can do it alone. And this brings me to the third component of our talent investment programs. We did it in partnership, of course, with the education sector and with public and private companies. Our partnership goes with the education sector goes, way back. And this partnership is not only to ensure that we have people who can join us who are productive and skilled labor, but also to benefit the community and the economy at large. So we instituted 4 programs with the education sector. The first program deals with students, ensuring that they have strong, solid backgrounds in STEM studies, STEM disciplines, English language. They have a broad cultural horizon, and also to talk about the skills that are important for any successful performance of private companies, critical thinking, develop inquisitive minds, intellectual curiosity, and help them really participate in the major projects in the community, not to be confined only to their own disciplines. The second program targeted teachers. We train teachers. We train them in new approaches of pedagogy and lesson delivery that are focused on a learner-centered approach. The third program is introducing technology in the classroom. We've worked with top institutes in the market, MIT is one of them, to introduce technology and blended learning in the classroom. And the fourth one is to basically review content, work with the education sector to look at preparatory programs for colleges, review contents, and also serve on the advisory boards of universities. So these 3 components together, having a dynamic and competitive HR strategy, long-term focus on training and development, and partnership with public and private sectors, have helped us ensure that we have a very strong pipeline of talent, and we build strong capabilities in the workforce and have the talent whenever we need them, wherever we need them, regardless of the ebbs and flows of the labor market or the cycles of the business environments.
Thank you. Let's, if we could for a second, David, I want to turn to you and ask you a little bit about the institutional piece. At Huawei, you have exercised any number of programs and taken, I think, both students and employees and brought them to China and around the world. Maybe you could tell us a little bit about what those programs look like, why you've engaged in them, and also maybe spend some time from your perspective, you have a rather broad global perspective, on an institutional perspective on what kinds of cultures do you need to create within these institutions, and how do you do that?
Well, Kristen, from the perspective of Huawei Technologies and our relationship with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, as a company we have trained over 6,000 people, including employees from different government departments, teachers and students in a variety of ICT skills. Huawei supports the development of strong digital agenda programs in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and around the world. And one of our global programs is known as the Seeds for the Future program, where in fact last year we brought over 1,000 students from 60 different countries to come to China, learn about Chinese tradition and culture, and then come to our headquarters in Shenzhen to learn about how Huawei as a company develops our business and drives our carrier enterprise and consumer divisions. So Huawei as a company takes our corporate social responsibilities very seriously, and we support strongly the rollout of digital agenda programs all over the world. That said, you asked about the structures that should be put in place by governments in general that want to enhance ICT innovation programs. If I could use the phrase that it's very important to get the first lines of the maths equation correct if regions and governments want to develop innovative ecosystems. It is an accepted statistic that governments that increase spending by 20% in ICT can deliver a 1% increase in GNP. However, that can only be achieved if there is a very clear strategic approach. I mean, no region, no government can be a specialist in all ICT areas covering all economic sectors. In fact, when I used to work in the European Union, the EU member states operated a policy called smart specialisation, whereby regions and governments in Europe were focusing ICT innovation practices in sectors where they had a strong history and where they knew that they could develop and they had strong understanding. So some countries and regions were developing the agriculture sectors, others were developing the industrial environmental sectors, others were developing the transport and health sectors. So for example, it's only right that here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia that there are strong advancements in the field of ICT for the energy sector. But one point I would like to emphasize is, no matter what goal somebody has in terms of delivering on ICT policy, for example, if somebody wants to use ICT sensors to reduce traffic congestion by 25% in a city, you still need to put in place very strong governance, advisory, priority setting and a rule-based approach to deliver upon your ICT goals. In other words, delivering on ICT is only one half of the equation, so to speak. There is another half of the equation, namely putting in the structure to deliver that, and that includes engaging with the best talent, supporting international collaboration, and it's in that spirit of determination and with a clear strategic focus that strong economic dividends can be delivered. But they are not delivered overnight. It does take some time.
So let me pose a question, and let me also ask the audience, if you have questions, we would love to take them. There should be an email address someplace behind us. I don't see it, but you may soon. If not, we'll take questions directly from the audience. But let me just ask a question to my panelists here, and please feel free, any one of you, to jump in. But as we sit here, all of us trying to imagine what do we bring back to our children, to ourselves, what's the strongest and the best accelerator for an individual to really turn themselves into being innovative? I mean, in today's workforce, across all the sectors, if you each had to come up with one or two things that you thought was something that would really accelerate our ability to be better at it, what would it be?
I would start and end with one key factor, which is confidence. All the practical skills in learning that a future entrepreneur needs can be conveyed in programs, but there's no substitute for real experience. And an innovator needs to be aware that they are facing in the entrepreneurial world challenges that are very different from school. If we can convey to them that sense of confidence, that they can take an idea, that they can face challenges and adversity, that it's okay to fail, that they are willing to undergo the ups and downs of the entrepreneurial world, then we've really given them a base to take their creativity and move into the world of entrepreneurship.
Now, I know I asked all of you, but I just want to dash 1 second to Huda, because doesn't this come a little bit, Huda, to the program that you've instituted in part for the women innovators and some of the women employees that you have at Saudi Aramco? Have there been some programs around this issue and other kinds of issues for them?
Our initiatives with women, actually, maybe many of the audience don't know this, but started more than 50 years ago. The first Saudi woman was hired in 1964. And since then, we made sure that all our programs are inclusive, gender neutral, and also conducive to work-life balance in order to encourage women to join us, to join the industry. We have 10 initiatives. I'm not going to go over all of them, but 4 of those initiatives are meant for, as an outreach program for the community, to work with universities. We work with 14 female universities and high school students to ignite passion in science and engineering, and others to provide financial support for women who are entrepreneurship and they want to start their small and medium-sized businesses. Now, for our own female employees, we have 6 programs, but the main 2 that I would like to talk about is one, offering scholarships For women, we take them from high school. They spend 1 year with us as a preparatory year, and then we send them to universities all over the world, from the US to Japan and anything in between, to study science and engineering and disciplines that we need in our business, and also provide them with advanced degrees, masters and PhDs. The second program is coaching and mentoring. We spend a lot of time in coaching and mentoring, not only females, but also, our male employees. And the programs that we have for development, basically we call them 10, 20, and 70. 10% classroom to strengthen the fundamentals, 20% coaching on the job, and 70% experience. Cross-functional experiences are very important for development and for young talent to venture outside their own limited and narrow disciplines. So these are the programs that we have for women.
Can I just jump in to say that based on our experience in Saudi Arabia, we have found that working with female students to be immensely rewarding because they are tremendously motivated, hard workers, and even on a global basis, very strong learners. So it's an impressive group that you work with here.
Thank you very much.
Anshu, I knew you wanted to jump in there.
Very true. Well observed. I just wanted to comment on earlier, you asked about how do you create innovation in culture. And the question that I keep asking myself is, where is the next, Google going to come from? Where's the next disruption going to come from? Where's the next Zuckerberg is going to come from? And how do we make sure it comes from Saudi Arabia? And the challenge that I see at the moment is we really need to focus on industries of the future, not so much industries of the past. They are there. We participate in those value chains, but the new industries is where we can invest and capture. Because until we create opportunities for the youth, and until we give them aspirations that are achievable, it is hard to be motivated and innovative. And that's where I think we have the wherewithal, we have the willpower to direct our efforts and make sure that we are focusing on the future industries that are emerging, such as advanced manufacturing, nanotechnology, etc. And we are localizing that value chain over here so that the young people who are graduating out of the university, regardless of which track they come from, regardless of whether they're coming from humanities or STEM, I don't get hung up about those tracks too much. As long as they're coming with intellectual curiosity that they can pursue to a profitable end for themselves and to the community, we will all come out a winner.
In fact, Kristen, I'd say to you that today there are 10 billion connections in the world. By 2025, there's going to be a minimum of 100 billion connections in the world. So that's a further 90 billion connections, not only person to person, person to thing, things to things. So an awful lot of new business models are going to be generated out of these new advancements in the field of ICT. I would just like to say that there has been some comment about accelerator programs, and it is very important that young entrepreneurs that engage in accelerator programs are given strong mentoring advice, as Huda mentioned previously, and also that governments in general put in place structures that are as least bureaucratic as possible, if I can use that phrase, to allow the development of new ideas and creative concepts to move forward.
Thank you. I'm going to invite, I don't know if anyone in the audience has a question, and if not yet, what I'd like you to maybe think about, and maybe some of the younger people in the audience, to think about how you'd answer that same question in your mind, in your pursuits. What is the one or two things that would really accelerate your own careers and really sort of turn you in a way, something that you've either not been able to find or something you wish you could find, and maybe as a result of this panel we can help you find that. I'm wondering if I turn the question around while we maybe have some people think out there, in terms of the greatest impediments to innovation? And again, I'd ask you to think as the individual as well as the institution. Peter, what would you say when you have worked in the kingdom or globally? You know, what are those barriers? I mean, what do they really? I know we talked about confidence, but
you know, I think if you look at this young generation globally, and I believe that applies here as well, we have a uniquely talented in terms of technical skills group of people. We have perhaps uniquely creative young people, but we also have young people who are tremendously confused about the future and extraordinarily distracted. And to the extent that we can help build in them a sense of focus, of purpose, of confidence in what they're doing, that can go a long way. And I think that lack of confidence is the biggest impediment for entrepreneurs of any age in starting a business. Fear of failure.
I think two things. First, let me just tackle the education system. The education system does not encourage innovation or creativity. The mismatch between the output of the education system and the need of the industry will continue to exist even with current reforms. And I don't want to discourage our partners in the education sector, but the reason I say that, there are two reasons. One, the process of reform is very, very slow and will be unable to catch up with the demand of the industry and the changes in the future jobs. These changes are driven by technology, by shifts in demographics, by socio-economic environment. And those who graduate from the system today, after 16 and 20 years of spending time in the education system, half of their knowledge will be obsolete and outdated. Actually, a research by the World Economic Forum, recent research, showed that 60% of those who enter the primary school today will be working in jobs that don't exist today. The second reason, the education system provides very highly siloed training and is based on a number of outdated 19th century structures that produce very narrow specialization. Now, if you have young talent coming out of the education system with very narrow specialization, they will struggle to connect their own technical fields with the outside world. They will be unable to think creatively about the impact of their own work on the outside environment. They will not be able to connect the dots and see the big picture. There is no pattern recognition, there is no logical reasoning, there is no critical thinking. And of course, because of the narrow specialization, they lose social skills. And by social skills, I mean working in effective teams and having the art of negotiation and persuasion.
Go ahead, David.
I would just say to you that there's always the ongoing challenge to ensure a higher level of private sector involvement in research, innovation and science activities, and leverage higher levels of support through the banking system to support young innovators. And because the private sector itself can't fill the gap to support the initial stage of new novel ideas emanating from incubator or accelerator programs, that is why it's so important that governments do support incubator and accelerator programs around the world in a very focused manner.
I'll just pick on one point because I do work with the education sector and I constantly get hammered by everyone, including our industry, about the mismatch between our output and the industry demand. Let me just say one thing. Steve Jobs studied calligraphy. There was no demand for calligraphy at that time. And that's how innovation comes. So I've never gotten hung up about whether people are coming out of humanities or whether they're coming out of STEM. Innovation comes from that heterogeneity or diversity of skills. What we need is a stage. where they are able to exercise their creative thinking, their innovative thinking, and create something new. So I'll stop there. I notice the time is running out.
Yeah, I think we have run out of time. So if you do have questions, I would encourage you to continue to email them to us, and we can certainly get you answers. I want to thank you all. I think what we heard here today is, again, daunting, but possible. And I think that that's what we all have to hold on to, is the enthusiasm to really, as we were reminded before, to question the impossible. Because if collectively and collaboratively we can have these discussions, and we can actually come up with ideas and solutions, and we can then, as our McKinsey colleague earlier said, deliver and execute on those ideas, we can all get there, and we can get there together, and it would be a wonderful experience. So thank you all for staying, and thank you for being with us, and we look forward to more collaborative moments.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to take a 10 minutes break for prayer. Please return promptly at 6 p.m. as we have an exciting presentation by Dr. Ken Goldberg on robotics, and of course, an exciting panel with amazing futurists and President Vicente Fox. السيدات والسادة، سنتوقف الآن لاستراحة الصلاة لمدة 10 دقائق. نأمل منكم العودة إلى أماكنكم في تمام الساعة 6 لحضور العرض الرئيسي للدكتور كين جولدبرغ وجلسة رئيسية عن احتياجات المستهلك المستقبلية وكلمة من الرئيس السابق لجمهورية المكسيك الرئيس فيسنتي فوكس. وشكراً.
سيداتي سادتي، البرنامج سوف يبدأ من جديد بعد قليل.
Ladies and gentlemen, our program will resume shortly.
سيداتي سادتي، برامجنا سوف تبدأ من جديد الآن.
Ladies and gentlemen, our program is about to resume.
حضورنا الكريم، نرحب الآن بأستاذ الإعلام الحديث بجامعة كاليفورنيا بيركلي، الدكتور كين جولدبرغ.
Ladies and gentlemen, Professor of New Media at University of California, Berkeley, Dr. Ken Goldberg.
Salam alaikum. As we've heard from many of the speakers here at the conference, robots are a very hot topic. We read about them in the newspapers, and we watch them in movies. And as many of you know, in science fiction, things don't always turn out so well for the humans. But as leaders from the many sectors represented here at the conference, you may be wondering, what's really new about robots? And what about robots might be helpful for you in your field to stay competitive? So I'm going to share with you a few ideas from research labs around the world, work that my colleagues and I are doing to advance the field of robotics, and a particular way of thinking about robots that we believe will be helpful. Now, one thing is that in the history of robotics, one assumption we've always made is that robots, like humans, have to carry on board all of their processing and memory. But recently, we've started to question that, and we think that that may not, in fact, be necessary. So let's go back to 1993. I was a young professor building up my own robotics lab with my students, and one day they came in and told me about something brand new. It was the World Wide Web. We all sat around playing with it, we got very excited, and we started to think, how could we use this new thing, this new interface, the web, to control robots? So we brainstormed for a while, and we came up with an idea that we ended up calling the telegarden. So we built a planter. It was about 18 inches, about half a meter of soil. and about 3 meters in diameter. In the center of it, we placed an industrial robot arm. And in the end effector of the robot, we put a camera. And then we built an interface for the World Wide Web. And the idea was that using this interface, by just going to a web page, that anyone from anywhere in the world could use this interface to operate the robot in our lab. The idea is that you could click on the screen, move the robot arm, and then look at what was beneath the camera, and that way you could look around and visit the garden. And then if you wanted to participate, you could register, and we'd send you a password, and then you would be able to help us water the garden. And if you watered for a certain amount of time, we would grant you your first seed. And you would get to decide where you wanted to place the seed in the garden. Well, the system became very popular. We had over 100,000 people visit the garden over a 9-year period. It was online 24 hours a day, and more people operated this robot than any other robot in history. Now let's fast forward to 2016. As all of you have heard, there's a huge interest in robots, specifically for driving. And one company has pioneered this work. It's Google. And Google has, in fact, purchased a number of other companies in the field of robotics. And many people are wondering, why is Google, it's an internet, a cloud company, working in robotics? Now, one way to understand that is by looking at what these two systems have in common. The telegarden, like Google's car, relies on the web, on the cloud, for information. The Google's car is constantly streaming down information about from maps, from satellite images, from weather, data, and control policies, what to do as it comes to intersections. And that gives Google a huge advantage over its competitors. In fact, Google has coined a new name for this. They call this cloud robotics. And the idea is it's not just limited to driving, it applies to the whole realm of robots, from drones to home robots to medical applications and manufacturing. The idea is that robots can access the cloud to get information on demand. And this allows us to answer the question, or to consider the question, what if robots had unlimited memory and computing power? So for example, we could have robots like this that would work in our homes. For example, we'd all like to have a robot that when we go off to work, will go around and tidy and put things away. But it turns out this is a very, very difficult problem. This, by the way, was done very carefully by remote control. That's not a real robot. Because one of the problems in a real home is that there's so many different kinds of objects that you'll encounter when you're trying to clean up. And the challenge is, how do you maintain models of all these different objects on board a robot? Well, the good news is that if you have access to the cloud, because most homes have Wi-Fi, you can access the World Wide Web, the cloud. And there's huge amounts of data about almost any object that you'll encounter. So you can download this data on demand and then do the processing. Now, one of the things that's very important this applies to many different scenarios. For example, in warehouses like Amazon, they're constantly encountering new products that have to be combined and put together to fulfill orders that come in constantly around the clock and have to be quickly assembled and delivered. So they need robots to be able to handle this myriad of objects that's constantly growing. And this is also relevant for smaller companies, for manufacturing companies, and for, say, biological laboratories that have to handle dangerous or complex materials, and they would like to have robots that are able to capture and be able to pick up and skillfully manipulate objects like this. So what I want to talk to you about is a very important open problem. It has to do with grasping. And for humans, this is very, very easy. We're very good at it. But it turns out that this is extremely difficult for robots. So to get an idea of why, this is a scenario. You may want to have a robot that can clear the dinner table. Now, put yourself in the position of being a robot. This is what you encounter. Sensors are very noisy and imprecise. Everything is shifting around. And also your motors, your actuators for the robot arm are also noisy and imprecise. So you combine those two things together, and it's extremely difficult to manipulate, even to pick something up. There are techniques that researchers have been working on for being able to do this, and one of them is known as Markov decision processes. The idea is to statistically model the environment, and the challenge, though, in the field of robotics is that these probability distributions are very complex. They're multimodal, non-parametric, and very high-dimensional. So as a result, solving the Markov decision problem is extremely challenging. In fact, it's not even feasible certainly not on a self-contained robot processor. It's even difficult in the cloud. Another technique that's also very exciting is deep learning. And the idea of deep learning, which has had a history that goes back almost 50 years, is to build systems that are basically connected nodes with weights between them, and then train these systems by showing it examples on one end and desired outcomes on the other end. Now, this technique has been extremely effective recently because of the expanded computing power of modern data centers. And so Google has used it, for example, to do image processing. So now when you do a Google image search, it actually uses deep learning to identify objects of interest. So it was trained by showing it millions of images with associated texts. This works very well and has also been used for speech recognition. There's a really interesting challenge of how can we use this now to advance robotics. One idea that my students and I are working on is to take a very analogous approach. The first step is, just like in training a system to recognize images, is to train a system, the robot, with a data set of thousands of three-dimensional models, to train the system how to grasp those models by analyzing the large set and hoping that there's some scaling effects, that there's strength in numbers. And one of the key aspects of this is the network structure. We want to be able to look for similarities between objects. In other words, if we know how to pick up one cup, that will be helpful for helping us learn how to pick up another cup. So this is the kind of thing we're after, which is an analysis of not just one way to grasp a cup or an object or a portable screwdriver, but many different ways, because we don't know in practice what other things are going to be in the environment. So we have to pre-compute hundreds of different grasps for each object. And we also want to evaluate these grasps in terms of how robust they are, how reliable they'll be in terms of perturbations. And the way we do that is by sampling, statistical sampling. So we consider a particular grasp, which is represented by one of these whiskers on the image, and then what we do is we sample perturbations. We modify the position and orientation of the gripper. We also change the frictional coefficients, et cetera, and we basically evaluate if the grasp is stable under all those perturbations. And that allows us to give a measure of the robustness of the grasp. What we're looking for is highly robust grasps. These are grasps that won't be affected or won't cause the robot to drop the object when things are slightly perturbed, because we will never know the exact position due to sensor uncertainty. So computing this for this object takes approximately 1 hour right now, even with the fastest multi-core machine. So the challenge is, if we want to do this for a large number of objects, we have to start being smart about how we leverage the power of the cloud. One nice thing is that there's now an increasing amount of three-dimensional models available in the cloud. Because of advances in 3D printing, many people are designing parts and sending them up into the cloud and sharing these three-dimensional models. So this is a plot of the number of three-dimensional models that are available online. And it's growing, it continues to grow rapidly. Our idea is to leverage that and basically pull in all of these models and then use them to train a system to do grasping and to share grasps. Once we've learned how to grasp one object, use that to bootstrap the planning for the next object. And a key part of this is a measure of how similar two objects are. For this, we're using a deep neural network. And we train this by looking at basically synthetic views of that three-dimensional object, training those for many different objects, and then it's able to compute similar objects, as you see here. So for a network of 1,000 objects, it finds those as shown in this column. And if we have 10,000 objects, as you can see, it finds much more similar objects, because we just have more objects to draw from. Now, this still requires quite a bit of computing, so we're working with Google in a partnership on this project, and we've been using their cloud storage system and the Google's compute engine to be able to do these experiments. The result is what we call the dexterity network, or DexNet. And this is an idea, again, analogous to what is being done in computer vision to recognize images, and what's being done for voice synthesis to be able to recognize speech. We're trying to do something very similar to be able to grasp and manipulate objects. Now, I want to tell you another example, which is called superhuman surgery. And here, we want to be able to enhance the skills of surgeons. So we're not replacing surgeons, but think about the analogy of drivers. Now there's a number of new techniques that are using sensing and computing to be able to enhance the ability of drivers, to be better at parking, for example. We want to do something similar for surgeons. We want to be able to enhance their skills so they're more accurate, more precise. And the idea is that we have to do this by essentially looking at examples, by having surgeons, master surgeons, perform these operations, and then training the system by observing these and processing this data, train the system to be able to perform it so that it can help young, new surgeons. To give you an idea how this works, consider that we want to do something very simple, like just a figure 8. Again, we really want to do something complex like a suture, but just to illustrate the idea. What we do is we ask humans, in this case expert surgeons, to perform the maneuver, the figure 8, and their results look something like this. They're all pretty noisy and imprecise. And then what we want to do is dynamically time align all of the examples using a technique called dynamic time warping from speech recognition. Once we have them all aligned, we then learn a dynamical model by treating them as noisy observations of some underlying signal. We can use techniques like Kalman smoothing to be able to infer the underlying policy, and then we take those to come up with the trajectory. We run that trajectory with the robot, and then we start speeding it up. So this is what it looks like at the speed it was trained on. Here's 4 times, here's 7 times, and here's 10 times. So this is 10 times the speed of the examples. So this is why we call it superhuman performance. That with a robot, we can execute the same thing that was trained, but 10 times faster than the human surgeon. Now, there's still a lot of problems when we want to extend this to complex maneuvers like suturing. And so one of the key features we're looking at right now is how to do segmentation of the images, of the videos, of the examples. And we have a new paper that is just coming out using, again, deep learning to be able to achieve this. So this general idea of deep learning or deep reinforcement learning is extremely valuable. And you'll be hearing a lot about it in the years to come. The key is to keep in mind is that this is very much reliant on the power of the cloud. So we're talking about cloud robotics, and I gave you 2 examples. I want to quickly give you 2 more examples of where this comes into play. The first one has to do with education, which is something we've talked about considerably here at the conference, in particular STEM education. It's extremely valuable. We want to be able to inspire kids to get interested in science, technology, engineering, and math. So I'll tell you a quick story that goes back to Africa, which isn't too far from here. And I was, in fact, born in Nigeria. Here's a picture of my parents in the village where we lived. So I went back with my mother a few years ago to West Africa, to Ghana, and we met a number of students who were working on robots. And they were getting inspired in the same way that kids all over the world do. But the problem was the robots were very expensive. So we formed, together with a professor, a woman professor on the far right, a new organization called the African Robotics Network. And I'm happy to say it now has 500 members from all across Africa. And one thing we've done is we created a challenge, what we call the the Ultra Affordable Robot for Education Design Challenge. And we asked people to come up with designs for a $10 robot, just a kind of a ridiculous target, but we wanted to see what would happen. So we got many examples, things like made out of cardboard and zip ties, but they all averaged about $100, $150, except one. An inventor from Thailand named Tom Tilley came up with a really interesting idea. He took an old Sony game controller that you can buy for about $3 almost anywhere in the world in surplus, and he modified it by opening it up, taking the motors that are vibration motors and using it to drive 2 wheels. And then he attached 2 lollipops so that the thumb switches act as counterweights. So when it bumps into something, they activate. Now, what kid could resist a little robot with 2 lollipops on top? He calls it the Lollibot. What's amazing about this design is that all the parts are available online. You can get it, you can download a specific instructions of how to build your own, and it only costs $8.64. And this is an example of the power of the cloud to enhance design of things like ultra-affordable educational robots. And the last idea I want to leave you with, the last example, is around this term, the singularity. And you've all been hearing quite a bit about this, the idea of this point when robots will suddenly accelerate and take over and basically surpass humans. Well, I want to tell you that people in the field of robotics really consider this science fiction. There's nowhere near, we're not anywhere close to that point yet. And actually, what's really important to think about is things like this, random forests. That rather than a single monolithic AI that's going to take over, what's most effective for most AI tasks is things like this. This is a statistical technique that uses a diversity of models and combines them to be able to do very effective classification and decision making. And a related idea is what's called the collective IQ. It's an idea of being able to quantify the performance of a diverse group of humans to be able to solve problems. And for example, it's well known now that it's not just the smartest group of people, but a diverse group of people that will be the most effective. And this is exactly what's happening at the major companies around the world. The most successful companies are using these ideas of combining different machines, of random forests, and combining diverse human beings, of collective IQ. And this is what happens. This is what powers the Google search engine and Amazon's recommendation system and ideas that are coming out of Apple and Netflix. So rather than the singularity, I want to suggest to you that we consider something you might call the multiplicity. Multiplicity is much more powerful. It's something that engages with humans rather than seeing the humans as something that are becoming obsolete. So at Berkeley, we're starting a new organization. We call it the People and Robots Initiative. And we have a number of companies and other universities that we're working with. And what I want to leave you with, what's important to know, is that the singularity is not near. The cloud is actually going to play a central role in the future of robotics by amplifying memory, computation, and diversity. And our challenge is going to be to separate fact from fiction, to advance multiplicity, and combine the best in real robots with the best in humans. Shukran.
حضورنا الكريم، نرحب الآن بالسيد نيك جاوينغ.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the stage Mr. Nick Gowing.
Wow, you've all got stamina. I take my hat off to you, but I'm not wearing one. We've got 45 minutes here, and we're running late. President Vicente Fox is going to be speaking after this. We're going to be talking about tomorrow's consumer portrait. Tomorrow's moderator is not going to sit down. This evening's moderator is going to stand up, because I'd like ideas from you. You can either put them up there on the screen using those the addresses, or you can put up your hand, and I'm going to come to you immediately. It's about the consumer of the future. What is the portrait? When is the future? Is the future the day after tomorrow? Is it 20 months? Is it 20 years? Let's have some fun. Let's have some vision. Let's be radical. And Leslie here is going to try and, or she's not going to try, she is going to capture the spirit of all of you. You are all, after all, consumers. And that's what we want to look at. How radical are you thinking about the way you're going to consume what you don't need today and what you might need the day after tomorrow in ways which you've never even thought about? That's what we want to be looking at. And what about the next generation? The next generation is the youngsters, the millennials, XYZ. And as Robin's just pointed out, it's also about the graying generation. They're great consumers, which are keeping many industries going, many startups going, because of course they are an expanding part of consumption. Let me just introduce, because I'm going to ask you if you've got ideas as well. Who have we got up here? We've got Leslie is our graphic recording artist. Thank you, Leslie. Guy Dietrich, who's Chief Innovation Officer for Cisco. We've got Antonio Bordas, who is Global Communications Director for Procter & Gamble. We've got Rainer Spey, who's Chief Technology Officer for Siemens. And we've got Robin Bew from the Economist Intelligence Unit. So we're going to have a bit of fun, as well as informing you about how radical things have to be. Sharing. What about upcycling? Have you thought about upcycling, using old items in a new way? It's not just about Uber. It's about a whole raft of new startups and what the next generation want, of co-working. You could even, if you're a lady, rent a handbag. There's a business in that. What's the consumer going to be saying about that in the future? And the future, as I say, is probably the day after tomorrow, not the year after tomorrow. And what about the freedom you want and how you're going to access stuff? How will you know about it? And the enormity of the digital explosion. So I've said to all of them, give me a maximum of a minute of a great big idea. Rainer, your big idea.
Well, I think shopping of the standard stuff you need at home will be gone within the next 2 years. Well, you can deliver everything automatically, either by UAVs or drones. They will ship it automatically to your home. You have not to order it, because the fridge is under control of RFIDs. Everybody knows what's needed inside. If you're going to run short on something, it's automatically ordered in the shop and it's delivered automatically. Even deep frozen fruit, you have a fridge box outside the door and it's put in the fridge box, and once you come home you can put it out and get it back in the fridge.
Some might say, are you dreaming? Are you being practical?
No, I think that's, well, to some extent, if you go to supermarkets today, you have these RFIDs built in the packages already. That's a matter of fact. You can do this automatically. This is not a dream, really. Technology is there.
All right. Bob, can we just put up the address again in case people want to file stuff to me onto my iPad? There it is. This is old technology now, so maybe something else will be in existence next time we all meet here, probably in a year's time. Guy.
Visiting the traditional doctor's office will be obsolete in 20 years.
20 years?
20 years.
What about 20 months?
In 20 months, you will be fundamentally no longer required to show up to a doctor's office to get most of your care.
Will you be getting your care off an app, off a smartphone?
That's right. So ultimately what you'll do, you'll sit at home, you'll connect to a doctor, you will have a painless needle, which will draw blood, run it through a small microfluidic system, which will do the blood test, which will send it to the doctor. It'll also take your vitals. And the doctor will look at your vitals, read your blood test, confirm a diagnosis, be able to tell the pharmacy exactly what you need, and then your pharmacy, your pharmaceutical will be delivered by courier to your home. You've never
will you
had to
actually
leave
be in contact with a doctor? Where will the doctor be?
Absolutely, you could be through telepresence. You could never leave your home. The doctor could never leave his home and be able to conduct a thorough examination.
If there are doctors here who want to inject an idea of whether that's practical, please come back. Let's move. Guy, what's your minute of radical thought?
Antonio?
Antonio, sorry.
Yeah, Antonio. Thank you.
Sorry.
I think the future is already here. We just need to organize it a little bit better because your idea already exists. At Procter & Gamble, we have this technology that connects Amazon to our suppliers. So you just press the button and you get your tide at home immediately, almost immediately, a day after. So we can order already from home. What will be radical for the future is that you don't need even to order it. Is you have a smart laundry machine that knows when you are really low on your supply, and then you get it immediately, or any other product, you can print it in your 3D machine and you get the diapers. Instead of ordering, you can print your own diapers. You can print your own coffee machines. You can print everything you need.
I'm worried when you say the future's already here, because the day after tomorrow there'll be a new future.
And we need to reinvent it every single day.
Every single day?
Yes.
So we could have this session every day to reinvent?
Absolutely.
Okay, good, that's great. If there are others out there, before I go to Robin, anyone want to come in, because I'll get the microphone to you. One down here, and can you help me with anyone who wants to speak, including from the women's section? Robin, a minute of vision, please.
We've just heard that from Professor Rayner, we've just heard there's a whole load of boring consumption we won't have to do anymore. And the internet-connected fridge, which I guess his company's going to make, will order all this stuff for you online, probably from P&G, I guess. I think that poses some interesting questions about how on earth P&G are going to market to consumers when the fridge is doing the shopping. So I think there's an interesting question there. But what about the rest of consumption? Because it just seems to me that if all the boring stuff you're no longer participating in, then all the interesting consumption is going to have to get a whole lot more interesting. So my hypothesis is that you will only actively engage in the future in consuming things when they're very personalized and customized to you. So I think 3D printing of something that's completely bespoke to you, or some kind of experiential package which is completely designed around you, those will be the sorts of things that people will spend their time on consuming. Anything which is standardized and looks like a utility will just be done by a machine.
Let's just nail that, Antonio. How do you market in this new environment?
Yeah, the issue will be that advertising will be dead. So the traditional advertising as we see it today on TV or printed will be dead. It is about conversations between consumers, among consumers and the companies.
Right now.
So the transactional relationship of getting a detergent, it is just a decision that you make only once in your life. And this is critical for companies to get into people's life at least once, and then everything will be automatic. For the rest, which will imply shared values, will imply conversations, then companies will need to find a way to get into people's networks, the people that they actually trust, and actually help them to make the final decision.
Let's just be clear. Will the detergent of tomorrow actually arrive by drone before you even realize you need some more?
Exactly, and exactly, right on. They will get at front of your door by drone without making decisions.
I would like to come back to this more personalized stuff, what you were mentioning. I think even this will change. We will get 3D images of each and every person, so we know exactly what's needed, and you can order online your fashion, and you will get it delivered, custom tailored on the minute.
Are we dreaming or having a nightmare here, or is this all very practical?
3D scanners are available. We have to agree on a common format that the different fashion is, agree on a common format, and can you give you the different offers?
All right, let me just get a few more views, and then we'll try and get to the root of what is really happening. Please. Who else? Please, go ahead. 3.
Yes, thank you. Now, if this is the dreaming session, so to speak, now...
It's the radical session.
Exactly, but then if the diagnosis by doctors are done remotely, then why do we bother with human doctors? You might as well have a Google doctor that will diagnose for you, and then we don't need human doctors. Would you
want to be diagnosed by Eric Schmidt?
No, definitely not.
Or one of his algorithms. Would you like to be diagnosed by an algorithm?
I think the panel will need to answer that for me. I don't have the answer.
All right. Well, do you think people will accept being diagnosed by an algorithm?
No. We're talking about the first line of defense here, right? The first line of interaction between a doctor and a patient. And we're talking about the gathering of typical diagnostics that would be done inside a facility. Lest we forget, we've just come back from Davos where the machine age and brain-like thinking and brain-like machines were all discussed, right? Brain-like systems, DNA storage, all of the sort of next generation things. Lest we forget, machines don't think.
All right.
Machines can't see a pale face. They can't see jaundice. They can't see what a doctor can see. So we're talking about the first line of defense here that would be very instructive for a doctor.
I've seen some scary artificial intelligence, though.
It can get pretty profound.
I think that's wrong. I think we will go to a place where there's no human intervention in terms of doctors and many other things as well. It's just a question about how quickly society gets comfortable with that. So if you think about other sorts of technologies, driverless trains, people used to be very nervous of those. They're pretty normal now. We're moving towards a world, I imagine, where we don't have pilots on the flight deck anymore for aircraft. Already they say that most aircraft crashes caused by pilot error. So a lot of talk about taking pilots out of the equation. Wouldn't surprise me at all if doctors were taken out of the equation at some point down the line. Certainly true that our audience is not ready today. 50 years? I'm not so sure.
All right, one day you'll have conference sessions without moderators. Who's got the microphone, please, too, and then down here as well.
Yes, actually thinking of where is this going to lead us is really frightening. I believe...
Did you say frightening?
Yes, yes.
But you've got to live with this.
Let's think of Google thinking of what we are really need, taking decisions of what we should have at dinner tonight. So these kind of because really Google is the only company that can take these further. So what do you think? I just need to think to get your feedback on this, please.
All right. Anyone else, please? One again and down here. Can we get the microphone here? Anyone in the women's section, please? Can we get the microphone here? One.
Hello. Yeah. Can we go a little bit crazy here?
Are we not crazy enough?
No, not crazy enough. Okay, what about this? In 20 years from now, we will not die. Human will not die. Can you believe that?
We're talking about the consumers of the future, not the
Yes.
dead consumers.
I'm coming to that. Okay, I'm quoting now Michio Kaku, who's a very well scientist, who was talking about the future of technology. And he was saying that we have, as a human, single out the gene that is responsible for dying.
Okay.
And in fact, we have reversed the chemical reaction that is causing this gene to advance us in age.
Okay.
And in future, we don't need the doctors anymore because we won't get disease, because as of these technologies or biotechnology is going crazy in this age. Doctors won't be needed anymore, and we don't need even the diagnosis devices.
All right. Of course, funeral directors are dealing with customers, but they happen to be dead customers or the family of dead customers. Let me get two more, and then we'll come back. I'll come to you in a moment, please. Three, please.
Am I on? Okay. My question is very simple and straightforward to the gentleman from Procter & Gamble. I mean, all you said, I mean, down the road in the developed world, the US, Europe, is doable, and some of it is already being done. But as you know, economic growth is now in the emerging markets. A lot of the stuff that you talked about, the washing machine automatically reordering, that it's not doable. The power shortages and other things. So, in your view, in the emerging markets, in India or in Africa where I'm based, what would be the consumer of tomorrow? I mean, we're talking about the next 5 years, where these infrastructures don't even exist yet.
All right,
how would you define it? What's the portrait and what is the vision?
Stack that for the moment, please. Move the microphone across to the next table.
Well, I notice we don't have a woman up here.
Yeah, I've made that point already.
All right, I came in a moment late, but so I'm an anthropologist in my avocation in life, and you look back in history, and the role of marketplaces and agoras and what goes on in these spaces. Yes, some of that's happening in the virtual world, but I find in my life with my friends that we're rejecting a lot of the anonymity of this, and we want human space. We want to shop together. We want to be, it becomes our social interaction. How do you link that
Good
with
point.
what you're describing?
Yeah, that's a great point. Let me just give you 3 comments coming through here from Mustafa. What about if schools move to homes? Smart beds help students sleep well and learn well. A question from Asma. What is the chance of success of forecasting future demand of an individual customer? How will that be done? And a particular question for Cisco. Using information, how confidential is confidential? Right. You've heard the kind of ideas that are out there. What is going on in your view, Rainer?
Well, I would like to come back to the problem with the doctor. I think in the future, the doctor will call the patient and not the other way around.
And tell the patient they're ill.
Exactly. Of course, well, if I'm going to my doctor, they're making a blood test, and a day after, we have a dialogue, what's going wrong. This can be done also by a virtual doctor. There's no need, if I have a watch, they can take the blood, can send the data to an analysis,
Not to
and
mention,
I get back.
not to mention wearables that are going to be able to monitor your blood sugar levels and a number of other things. So
Sure.
you're absolutely
Yeah.
right.
And then, of course, the virtual doctor is calling you, and just call me to see him, or to see a real doctor, for instance. This could really be up in 2 years from now. No problem on that.
What's the technology in all of this, Guy? When it comes, in your global innovation officer, you have to think for Cisco 5 years ahead, 10 years ahead, maybe 5 months ahead. But what is making this possible in terms of the scaling up of data and what is known about people?
I think data is not. I think data is not a problem. You will have to have the sensor available. That's the most important thing. The data, if the analysis is done on the smartwatch, there is less data going back to a data center or to big data.
Guy.
So, set a context here very quickly. From 1990 to 2010, we went through the information age. From 2010 to 2030, we're going through the digital age. So we're 5 years into it. This is the transition period. What does it mean? Information age, we connected 5 billion things and people. By the end of the digital age, we would have connected 500 billion things and everyone. Imagine what that does for the developing world, for the emerging world, for markets that are currently unconnected. They become consumers for the first time. And they become consumers at a time when we've never been more connected, we've never had more information, we've never had better analytics to make that information useful, and it changes everything. Somebody mentioned Dr. Kaku just a little bit ago. My favorite presentation by him involves the sensor that goes in the toilet that will tell you very, very early if you have cancer or any other disease, because that sensor multiplexes. You can make that sensor detect for 200 different diseases that may be present in, pardon me, your urine or your fecal material. And that can be told to you right away. Imagine that, your toilet, a smart toilet. That's one example. That's one of 500 billion things that will be connected. The world changes. That's why it's impactful.
Which has enormous implications for actuarial valuations and risk, and calculating whether you should have insurance.
It changes everything. There is not one thing that you can think of that won't be impacted during the digital age. Fundamentally, you will not recognize day-to-day society and functioning in 20 years.
20 years or 10 or 5?
Well, I put out 20 because I think probably right up until 10 years from now, there will be recognizable things, and then we'll be into what is the next age. And that's not named yet. Some people think it's going to be the quantum age. But right now, let's worry about the digital age.
So this kind of discussion, when the next generation access this online, they'll think it's an archival fascination, a bit of a freak show of where things were going to go when they're already living it, the next generation.
That's right. Our major transitions, the information age, will be for the anthropologists. And
Robin, what's going on here in your estimation?
Well,
the new consumer.
It's very clear that the technology is capable of taking us to a world which is completely different from the one we live in. I guess the interesting question is whether consumers are going to be fully bought into making that transition too. So we had the lady there talking about her desire for a social retail experience, which is consistent with part of what we've talked about, but not all about. I think the other thing is about privacy. And you asked the question about actuarial valuations of risk.
And also privacy and confidentiality has been raised by others too.
It's not at all clear to me that consumers will be comfortable with the amount of data about themselves which they have to give up to participate in this. The gains are very obvious, as you mentioned about healthcare benefits and the like, but also the expectations of a loss of privacy and what that might involve, so what it might do to your insurance premiums, what it might do to the way the government thinks about you as an individual. Those things could get in the way, and it's very unclear to me that the consumer is going to just blindly follow down the track that the technology could potentially poke you on.
I think there are three key concepts that will remain true, even in these crazy conditions of the future. One is consumer is at the center of everything, so they have the power, and they have the power to decide what they want, how they want it, and when they want it. The second is they are asking the companies and the providers to make me care, because they have so much information around, they want to be convinced. They're open to listen, but they want to make sure that they will understand that we need to work with them and to inform them on what we are and what we are offering. And the third one is tell me the truth. So don't think that you can hide information, because I can't find it. And if you betray me, you'll be in troubles, because I'll tell my friends, which is my trusted circle, going to the anthropological concept, so I'll make sure that you will not survive after this.
But Guy is making the very clear point that digitally there will be a massive amount of information about you. And if you therefore sign off and sign out of that information, you're presumably creating questions about why you've opted out of it. Is it going to be easy to opt out, in your view, Antonio?
Yes, it is going to be easy to opt out and to basically to disappear from that conversation and to join other conversations.
Well, I just wanted to say that there's the other thing that we have to keep in mind is that none of this is linear. So there's a lot of concurrency that's going on here, and the current state of security is not satisfactory. We will very soon have extraordinary security capabilities. Everybody's working towards predictive analytics and applying that to cybersecurity. Privacy will be an opt-in, opt-out. There will be an ability to remain very, very private, especially regarding medical records, because anything that we do has to be HIPAA compliant, right? But at the end of the day, it's going to be about security, because only when you are completely secure can you provide privacy.
Right now.
Well, I agree that we have to distinguish between privacy and security, two different measures. But in the future, big data or private data doesn't necessarily mean that it's public data. Of course, what I think is that we will get total new mechanisms on encryption of data. We will have private keys, and whenever your data is needed or used, there will be a request maybe coming to you, and you have to release this. So it's not a given that Google can use everything. So this will be really a total different mechanisms what we have today, totally different from
Robin, we talked about X, Y, Z, millennials and so on, but there's another generation of which some of us are already getting to be part of. How important is that?
That's right.
As a consumer portrait?
We've talked a lot here about the technology of tomorrow, and I guess the implication is it'll be the millennial generation which is taking advantage of that. But actually, the astonishing amounts of spending power in the world today are actually tied up with the older generations. If you look to a continent like Western Europe, aging very rapidly. If you look to China, which is also aging incredibly rapidly and has about a quarter of the world's population living in it, that actually when you go forward 25 years, the majority of spending in the world by consumers is going to be spent by people who are greying, not by this young millennial population. And of course, that has implications for not just the technology that they want to use, but also what they want to buy. People at that stage of their life have very different needs, very different aspirations. You're likely to be seeing much more money spent on leisure activities, those sorts of things. So it will change the shape of consumption in completely different ways than the ones we've been talking about so far.
Right, let's get a few more views. We've got about 15 minutes to run, please. One moment.
My name is Fadi. I own a communications agency. And my question is to Mr. Bodus. You mentioned that traditional advertising as we see it will be dead very soon. How do you see advertising in the age of on-demand 3D printing? Is it something that the 3D printer would suggest new products, or how does P&G currently see that?
Antonio, can you just stack that for the moment, please? 1 and then 2.
Yes, hello. My name is Mohammed. I'd like to ask about the role of virtual reality when it comes to tomorrow's consumers. I personally think that VR has a huge role to play in determining how consumers behave in the future. I'm thinking 20 to 25 years from now, in the sense that I won't
But VR is here already.
I know it is, but I'm talking in the sense of VR as something that's mainstream, something that's used by everybody, and it's just
But it's
like a
almost
computer.
there already, isn't it, VR?
But it's not to the level where everybody will have a VR machine in his home, just like they have computers in their home or mobile phones. So I'm thinking that instead of going to a mall to shop, I could just strap in and have a fully immersive experience of what it's like to be in a shopping mall. And so instead of test driving a car, I could actually do that using VR.
I tell you, in Davos last week, I experienced some virtual reality. It was amazing. And it's quite cheap as well.
I can imagine.
Good. Okay, VR, stack that. And 2. Who's got the microphone there? 2.
Yes, thank you. My name is Ibrahim Al-Turki from Rawad International Studies. I would like to go back to the earlier interesting point about doctorless, clinic, or driverless car, or pilotless aircraft, or pencilless also education. I think it's, in my view, I think I disagree with the guy who said it's not possible. I think it's potentially possible, especially if we know that what is invention, what is technology. Technology and inventions are no more than an extension of us, an extension of human being. So in the long run, not as defined by Keynes, we will be alive, but in the long run, all of these technologies, all of these possibilities are going to be real. Because what Picasso said is, if you can imagine it, then it's real. Thank you.
What's the long run for you? How long is the long run?
It's a long run. Ask Mr. Robin.
All right, in the long run, we're all dead as well.
Yes, I
Fine.
disagree with this.
There's a gentleman there, his hand up, and then I'm going to come to you. VR, the marketing question for P&G as well. Number 2, please.
Okay, my name is Hamid Dreli. Okay, for the radical idea, it's smart advertisements. Okay, imagine advertisements that mold and shape themselves into what you like to see, what you like to hear, and what you like to feel. And also pop up whenever you're willing to see them.
All right, P&G.
Okay. But I also have a quick question, if you don't mind.
Well, that's a question.
It's a bit of a core question about the data itself. Okay, real quick, Malcolm Gladwell's talk about big data, about the Facebook, Snapchat problem. He says that data can only take you so far. So what we're saying, theoretically, from what he's saying, is that what we are all saying will happen, but come a few years later, our data will be obsolete, and we have to recollect our data. Would that happen in real life?
All right, that question, you got 2 questions there, Antonio, on marketing and advertising.
Absolutely. And again, these are very extreme scenarios. I didn't say that this will happen tomorrow. So this is the big trend. The big trend is that the current situation of companies communicating one to many probably will be over at some point of time, because we are no longer exposed to the traditional TV. So we're exposed to several screens during the day, because we don't necessarily trust corporations. We trust our friends. So therefore, the current copies or pieces of advertising are not necessarily credible. I prefer to hear and learn from my friends, for people I trust, or for what we call the influencers. So if this trend continues as it is today, we might see a world without advertising. So that's the first point. And the second is, so how do we really turn this around and make sure that people get informed about the products? The same way that when we wake up every day, there is something viral that is taking over Twitter. So somebody put something on the networks, and then all of a sudden something becomes famous. So probably this will be the way how people will get informed about products, benefits, and new trends.
All right, Rainer, can I just move on VR? Actually?
Yes, I will.
We've got 10 minutes to go.
We'll just combine it with advertising. I think in the future we'll see that a company will just release a toolbox where you can build your own stuff there. And if you look for furniture, for instance, they can really tailor it. Then, of course, you can use VR to put it in your living room to live with it, to see how it works.
But you can make the furniture on,
the furniture
on 3D printing.
Exactly.
You don't need to order it from IKEA.
You will just get the toolbox. You will do it. You can prove it by virtual reality, and then by 3D printing, you will get it as designed by yourself. And this is the new kind of advertising. It's also, it was mentioned during the last 2 days here. We are talking about the fourth industrial revolution, and for me, the fourth industrial revolution is also some kind of a batch size one. So it's really a custom-tailored product with the same quality as mass products.
Just to say that I think it's exactly how it's going to go, but the interesting thing there is that the experience, that VR experience, and then looking at the furniture in your home, that could end up becoming more valuable than the furniture itself. So in terms of what companies are selling, it's going to turn around so that the experience part is the bit that people really value, and the products become almost commodities.
Do you want to come in at all? No? On VR? No. Right, over here, and you've got and over here as well, please. Go ahead, one.
Hi.
Number one, please.
Hello? Oh. Hi, I'm James Fierro with the Eco Capacity Exchange. And my question is about security. We look at the future of the consumer. We are, relinquishing more and more data in the cloud of big data. All our personal habits, our credit cards, our banking information. How do we avoid the hack in the future? I mean, any code that is written, I understand, can always be broken.
All right, let's go straight to Cisco and Siemens. Are there limits to security, given the enormity of the cyber threat at the moment? Is this going to be a massive limiter?
It is. Security is the #1 issue moving forward in the digital age. We will be constrained in what we can and can't do by security limitations. Now, I'll tell you that there's an awful lot of work going on right now, and I mentioned it earlier about predictive analytics. Predictive analytics applied to cybersecurity gives you the best indication of when a cyber attack is about to occur. There's also very interesting work being done in the virtual reality space, where you create a virtual environment, so when the hacker comes in, they think they're in messing with your system. They're actually in messing with a virtual version of your system. You can track them, you can hunt them down, you can get them, and yet at the same time, I don't want you to think that there's any absolute guarantee, because we haven't stopped traditional crime. What makes us think that we can stop digital crime? What we can do is come up with really good defenses, come up with really good plans to try and thwart them, but there's always going to be the threat, and there's always going to be a constraint placed on what we can do.
All right, is there agreement that this is from all of you on this?
Well, I think that security in the future, as it is still today, is the #1 non-functional requirement of all new systems. It has to be designed from day one on. It's not just a matter that you put security as the last step just before rollout. It has to be designed and has to be considered also for a robust system, of course.
Right. I think, just to finish though, so you understand that we will get to the point where we are evenly matched. I genuinely believe that, where you will always have the same constraint, but you will feel secure in the digital world.
Some comments here before I go to number 3. Very soon, cash will never be needed and will not even be printed. That's part of the new consumer of the future. This is another question. Consumer behavior and reaction is sometimes slower than the development in technology. How can we build awareness? And a question here, I think probably for Antonio, is it possible to drive consumer decisions?
It is possible to model it and to work with them on shaping the future. Just a little anecdote. So when P&G was, Procter & Gamble was founded 178 years ago, the company was really focused only on making candles. And that was everything the company did. After understanding consumer needs, behaviors, and expectations, the company started expanding its scope and reaching out to other consumer areas. So we can model the future. We can help consumers to start into the future. It is possible. What is counterintuitive and we shouldn't be doing is forcing consumers to behave in a way that is not natural at all.
Because there's another question here from Pavan. Which consumer behaviors will drive or hinder adoption of new technology? Is that a legitimate question? Rainer.
I think it's just if you are used to do it since 5 years, you are not prepared to change it the other day, but this is the only one. If you can show some benefits to the customer, I think he is always prepared to change.
All right, we've got 3 minutes, so we'll go to microphone number 3. Quick, please.
Dr. Mohammed, professor, from the past, from the Stone Age to the information age and the digital age and the smart age and the robotic age, the main ingredient will be for the consumer-centric will be the compassion, morality, values, honesty, faith, and I think that will be evergreen, whether how much will be technology-oriented.
All right, will the consumer of the future have compassion and values? I'll come back to you in one moment. Think about that one. Number 2, number 1, then that's going to be it. 2, right at the back, number 2. There's a lady there, I think. Number 2, please, microphone. Well, go to number 1 first, and then you can fix number 2. Another lady, thank you.
Marie-Laure from Chaos. I'm interested to know if you have crazy ideas about our future consumption of water.
Of water? Okay, and is that microphone working or not? Okay, I didn't mean to deny you the microphone. All right, did you pick that one up about water, about the pressure there, if I understood you correctly?
You mean making potable water, or what do you think about if you take water?
So do you have ideas about how we will consume water?
How we consume water? Well, I think at least we'll have to use less water. Of course, if I look to the kingdom, on the average, every cabinet is using 269 liters. I think this was the figure from 2013. If you go to Europe, it's around 100. So first of all, we have to be more efficient. And this is one of the major topics, I think.
Right, the consumer at the back, number 3. We've got the microphone working, or a different microphone.
Yes, hi. One thing I find it worrying, at least for me, is the number of people losing their jobs. You know, if you have apps and technologies and sensors, robots doing the jobs of a lot of people will be out of the job market, and they will no longer be consumers. What do you think of that?
All right, thank you. That's about jobs, work, and the kind of way people will earn money. And in a minute and 3 seconds, we're not going to answer that. So thanks for putting it on the agenda. Can I just come back to that other question from over there? Values and compassion. And there's another one here. Can we rely on historical data to predict consumer behavior in the future? 15 seconds each. Robin.
I think the values point, I don't see that the consumer is particularly changing here. The technology we're wrapping around the consumption decision is different. There's no reason to think that people will be any different underneath. So I think the morality point is absolutely still there.
Guy.
Regarding data, do you want me to answer the data question? The bottom line is that data, historical data, will be useless except as history. We can absolutely capture data in real time now. and that's what's going to be happening. You're going to have constant replenishment of data. When you have brain-like systems that are as fast as they are today, when you have the emergence of things like DNA storage, which is storage based on the double helix, that you took everything that's going through the internet right now on the World Wide Web, every bit of information, you captured it in a moment, you would fill up half of a beaker with DNA storage. That's how powerful it is. So imagine if you have the storage capacity to capture everything in real time, do analytics, and move on to capturing it again and again and again. That's the future.
Rainer, Antonio.
At the end, we should consider that we are all human beings, and we still be human beings despite of all the technology, and we do it for the sake of the people and not for the sake of technology.
The same point, we're not becoming machines, we are still human beings.
I hope we've reassured you. You've seen the future here, and thank you. I hope we've rewarded your stamina during the day. President Vicente Fox is going to be here in a moment, but Leslie has kindly captured everything here. Doctor calls patient, not the other way around. Emerging markets, what's the consumer of tomorrow? Personal and custom ordering, how to get into people's networks. Do we need human doctors? Where will this take us? Quote, it's frightening. I hope we've reassured you, though, and you're on the cusp of the wave as it moves forward amazingly quickly. Thank you very much for your attention and all your contributions. Thank you to the panel as well.
حضورنا الكريم، نرحب الآن بالرئيس السابق لجمهورية المكسيك معالي السيد فيسنتي فوكس كيسادا.
Ladies and gentlemen, former President of Mexico, Mr. Vicente Fox Quesada.
Hola, buenas noches. ¿Cómo están? I guess this has to be in English. Well, let me start by thanking the great people that has organized now for, I understand, 10 years, a forum like this. Today, participating in discussing ideas, bringing in our own ideas is crucial to building the future. We have created many, many institutions throughout the world, but nothing substitutes each one of us. At the very end, the world we're going to see this next years is going to be a product of what we do, each one of us, what we think, each one of us, and what we accomplish, each one of us. But today we have learned that team working is more than each one of us. Today we find the success where teams are integrated. And teams develop projects that bring us to action. It's great to discuss ideas, but nothing substitutes the key doing of a leader, which is making things happen. That's what it's all about. That's the name of the game. Making things happen. I'm sure you will go out of this room with many abundant mammoth new ideas. But the challenge is to make things happen. And Deepak Chopra has a great advice. From now on, gift yourselves 5 minutes in silence. Not only to pray, which is good, but to think about what am I doing? What am I going to do tomorrow? Am I happy with what I am doing? Or I should do better? Those 5 minutes will take you to a great life of accomplishment, starting every day, starting with your own change, starting with changing your community, starting with changing the world. We should never forget that the shortcut to happiness is being for others, is doing for others, is doing for our nation, is doing for our world. At the very end, that is happiness. Today, I can say that Mexico is the most competitive place to manufacture. Mexico's trade balance with the North, with the United States and Canada, is the largest trade balance in the world. So if we are here to speak about competitiveness and competitive sectors, we must look at those who have accomplished that. What is the competitiveness of Mexico composed of? Number one, team working, in the sense of national economies teaming to work and build prosperity. 20 years ago, Mexico decided to partner with the United States and Canada. And this has brought that competitiveness that we have today. When you look at Mexico, 120 million people, you look at the North, we have 32 states. The 8 or 10 states in the North today enjoy a gross income per capita of 20,000 US. Then you come down south to the next 10 states and you find per capita incomes of 12,000 US dollars. And when you go down south, then it's 3 to 5 US dollars per capita income. This shows how this partnership has been very fruitful in these 20 years. And you see how, like humidity, development and prosperity is coming down, which means prosperity and success takes time. Not only you have to teamwork, but you have to be patient. You have to be consistent. You have to have a path and a purpose of where you want to go. And purpose is a highly meaning world. There is no human action whatever it is, that it doesn't have a purpose. Everything we do, we have a purpose when we eat. We have a purpose when we go to work. We have a purpose when we decide what kind of family we want. So purpose is where everything starts. So the higher your purpose, the more heroic is, the more you are going to be able to accomplish. But we have to be extremely careful in defining purpose, because purpose has to do with competitiveness and has to do with accomplishment. When we look at Mexico, then, this number one competitiveness ingredient is partnering. You can partner in your region, you can partner within your nation, you can partner with your neighbors. But partnering is a crucial issue. Number two, of course, and this is an advantage that came from God, we're neighboring the largest economy in the world. We have thousands of kilometers as neighbors of that largest consumer market economy in the world. And that certainly is an advantage. So we thank God for that. But in many cases, you can be neighbor of a situation like this and yet not profit from it. So you have to be an up to the challenge neighbor. And this is why that largest trade balance in the world, fortunately, is half and half. So we sell half of that amount to the US economy, and they sell to Mexico the other half. So what we buy and what we sell is equivalent. And this is the best way to make that logistical situation profitable for Mexico. And surprisingly enough, the third ingredient is logistics, in the sense that it's for us very easy to get to that market. But the third ingredient is time zone. It's not the same thing to travel for 20 hours to get here and teamwork with yourselves and ourselves, like President Peña came from Mexico last week, had many productive meetings with this nation, but still it was a 20-hour flight. So I came here with 20 hours flying to speak to you only for 20 minutes. I wish I could do further than that, but it's going to be 20 minutes. I've been advised. So in this case, time zone is a crucial advantage. India's economy has been master on developing minds and talent on IT or information technologies capacities, which is today the most competitive ingredient that you can have in your organization. I call it the hidden hand of Adam Smith. That hand that moves the economy behind the scene, which is what Adam Smith stated. Today's success in a corporation like the ones you have here, it's IT, it's information technology. which will bring you the edge on competitiveness, on putting together all the actions to reach a purpose. In our state, in Mexico, by the name of Guanajuato, 6 huge automobile plants came to manufacture in that state. And when you visit those production lines, you see the IT hand behind that is capable of putting together robots, engineers, workers, suppliers, money to finance, everything orchestrated in a profound harmony. So a month in advance, they know that this Volkswagen car, color red, model Beetle, is going to be passing through that production line at 10:11 a.m. And so every single part has to be in that line to produce that car. This is the kind of harmony that we need in our economies, that we need in our nations, that we need in our activities. Planning, programming, and executing. And this is basically the road to success. Now let me speak briefly about the world. We human beings do and perform at our very best only in scenarios of peace and harmony. There's no other way we can do our very best if it is not in those scenarios. So peace is a great ingredient on competitiveness. Not only physical peace and harmony, which means no violence against nobody, but also peace of mind, spiritual harmony. They speak about, some 20 years ago, about 2 sides of the brain, the emotional side and the intelligent side. And how when you work both of them together, you create much more effectiveness than the other wise. Today, experts speak about 5 regions in our brain that have to do with art, music, others that have to do with a strong, fruitful, spiritual thinking and life, others that have to do with memory, intelligence, and so on and on. So really, this future world that we want to see everywhere, in every community and in every nation, is that kind of world. So to build that world is what we need to participate, to commit, to work together. Back there in America, not everything is pink color. We have a lot of poverty. We have a very successful, very successful groups of people producing and building this world. And also we have this rear guard, which sometimes is a heavy weight to the vanguard. We must connect vanguard with the rear guard. We must link together capacities, resources, with the lack of the opportunities that many people have. So to me, competitiveness development is not economic issue. It has to do with that harmony balance on how we structure our societies and our economy. Back there in Mexico, we have a think tank institution that I lead, which his name is Centro Fox. It's a presidential library, and we have one key event a year. We have selected the 3 engines that move Mexican economy: technology, energy, and engines, which is manufacturing, automobile or aerospace. And it's incredible how they are linked, how they nourish each other, and how we need to put them together. And that's exactly what you're doing here. Those economic sectors that are champions within our economy is the one we have to work on to make sure that we grow and that we advance in our prosperity. So with this, I'm finished. I will be willing to speak much longer, and I don't know, you might have any questions so that we finish with this session, all of us getting ready to go out and build a better world. Thank you.
الحضور الكريم، نرحب الآن بمقدم الحفل السيد محمد الطميحي.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Master of Ceremonies, Mr. Mohammed Al-Tumehi.
الاسم باللغة الإنجليزية مضحك بعض الشيء، الطميحي. السيدات والسادة، أهلا بكم مجددا. كانت أيام حافلة مليئة بالأفكار والإبداع والتحديات. 85 مشاركاً، بينهم رئيس دولة سابق، وزراء، رؤساء تنفيذيون، وإعلاميون وخبراء من أكثر من 20 دولة. يكفي أن تطالع أسماء المشاركين لتكتشف مقدار الجهد الذي بذل من عشرات المبدعين القائمين على هذا المنتدى لجمع هذه النخبة المتميزة. فشكرا لهم ولكم جميعا. لمحة سريعة عن منتدى تنافسية 2016.
Welcome to the 9th edition of the forum.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم.
Saudi Arabia is acting seriously with all who are keen on the stability and the growth and the security of the Saudi Arabia and the region and the world. We are extending hands of cooperation for all who are interested in this tendency.
Pleasant time of the year in Saudi Arabia where we like to use rain as the metaphor after which we're going to get prosperity.
It's definitely a big challenge in how to get out of this kind of, let's say, dependence on oil and be more innovative.
And Saudi Arabia, in my view, is a country that has all of a sudden, very rapidly, jumped to be a G20 country.
We know from experience that with an educated, inspired, and collaborative workforce, there is no limit to success.
This forum is one of the most important settings for engaging in constructive dialogue
about the kingdom's future.
We are excited about the economic transformation underway in the kingdom, and we want to support these efforts through greater collaboration.
What we're aiming to do at Virgin Galactic is, together with you and with our partners and stakeholders, is to finally unlock, to open space. And if we're able to open and unlock space, we believe we can truly change the world for good.
Innovation and growth is an indigenous function.
Cities are the most competitive space in the world. The city has to also allow the citizen to succeed and thrive.
When women own businesses that seem to service women only, these women are facing immense challenges.
I don't look at this market so much as a market that needs innovation, but as a market that needs development.
The Saudi market has going for it is a diversified sectoral base.
الشريفين الملك سلمان بن عبد العزيز آل سعود حفظه الله العالم كله في قمة العشرين الماضية بتركيا، مؤكدا على أننا أمام فرصة مواتية للتعاون وحشد المبادرات للتوصل إلى حلول عالمية حقيقية.
I'm pleased to be here in such great company for the Global Competitiveness Forum.
In order to be in this innovative world, we need to spend more. We need to create technological parks. We need to create technological clusters.
Investors who are going to invest in long-lived assets want more clarity and a longer time frame.
We are improving the whole ecosystem in the country where we can ease business or doing business in Saudi Arabia.
If you want to do business with Saudi Aramco, 70% of the goods and services needs to be made in Saudi Arabia.
And you think of how can I now employ people to serve people, to create an event, to do an event, to affect change, you're looking at a whole economy.
How to ensure that remote areas are provided with the same level of education.
We have the potentials to make a quantum leap in all fields. We are talking about a new generation of economy through a new generation of investments for a young, an aspiring young Saudis.
في النهاية كلمة ختام لقائد أوركسترا المبدعين كما يصفه معالي المهندس عبد اللطيف العثمان. رحبوا معي بالرئيس التنفيذي لأنظمة وسياسات الاستثمار في ساقيا، رئيس اللجنة المنظمة للمنتدى، صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير سعود بن خالد الفيصل.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. قائد أوركسترا، هذه من عندك، هذه ما هي من عند المحافظ، أنا متأكد تماما يعني، لكن شكرا على المجاملة هذه. أخواني وأخواتي، أولا أريد أن أشكر ثلاثة. أريد أن أشكر المنظمون، وأخص منهم الأخ عبد الرحمن السفياني، الأخ مصطفى شيرة، الأخت إرم الهويش، والأخت مشاعل الغريري، والأخ بدر الفوزان، وأيضا الأخ محمد الزهراني، وإلى جميع أعضاء فريق العمل والمتطوعين من الجامعات الذين نحظى بوجودهم معنا ونستمد نشاطنا من نشاطهم. ثانيا أود أن أشكر المتحدثين الذين أضافوا لنا الكثير ويضيفون لنا الكثير يوما بعد يوم. ثالثا والأهم، أريد أن أشكركم أنتم كلكم لحضوركم معنا الدائم والسنوي، فلكم منا الشكر، ونأمل أن نكون قد وفينا بأقل قدر من يعني حسن الترتيب، ووفقنا في اختيار المتحدثين. بهذا أريد أن أختم منتدى التنافسية في دورته التاسعة، وأدعوكم إن شاء الله إلى حضور منتدى التنافسية العاشر السنة القادمة. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. شكرا لكم.
حضورنا الكريم، هنا ينتهي برنامجنا لهذا العام. نشكر لكم حسن استماعكم، ونراكم في منتدى التنافسية الدولي العام المقبل.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our program. Thank you for coming to the Global Competitiveness Forum 2016.